Morning, everyone. I feel like a teacher on the first day of class where the students don't want to sit in the front. You're all off to the side, including my EC colleagues. Well, welcome to Mott Community College's Culinary Arts Institute, our Ballenger lecture on the topic of housing. All of the food that you've been eating this morning is prepared by our own Culinary Arts Institute faculty and students, so give them a round of applause. And I guess I should have introduced myself. I'm Dale Wayhill, Associate Vice President for Institutional Advancement here at Mott Community College. We're now going to show you a brief video about the Ballenger Lecture Series and a special welcome that we were able to pre-record, and then you'll hear from our president.
The Ballenger Eminent Persons Lecture Series at Mott Community College brings prominent individuals to our community to lecture on topics of social, cultural, economic, scientific, and historical significance. It is named in honor of William S. Ballenger Sr. Mr. Ballenger believed strongly in the value of education and of having a resource like Mott Community College available to all. His endowed gift to the college is what makes the Ballenger Eminent Persons Lecture Series possible. The series was created to enhance educational opportunities for Mott Community College students, as well as create an opportunity for public discussion of issues facing the greater Flint and Genesee County community. Since its inception in 1955, speakers have included national and international thought leaders and influencers such as rocket scientist Wernher von Braun, journalist Alistair Cook, Peter Jennings, Leslie Stahl, and John Quinones, art critic Stanley Kaufman, talk show host Geraldo Rivera, writers including Alex Haley and William Buckley, author Stephanie Land, American geographer Jared Diamond, humorist Art Buchwald, activists such as Julian Bond, Jesse Jackson, Morris Dees, and Cesar Chavez. Activist and actor Harry Belafonte. Director Spike Lee. Actress Jennifer Lewis. Actor Ernie Hudson. Film producer Kathleen Glenn. Businessman and Shark Tank star Damon John. Politicians including former Governor John Engler, former Prime Minister of Poland Lech Walesa, and the former Prime Minister of Great Britain Harold Wilson. Musicians such as Dizzy Gillespie, Stan Kenton, Ramsey Lewis, and Patti Smith. Poet Allen Ginsberg. Mental health advocate and actor Sean Astin. Former Surgeon General Dr. David Satcher, and famed anthropologist Margaret Mead. This tradition of excellence continues with today's presentation, and each of you is a part of this ongoing tradition. please join me in welcoming the grandson of our original benefactor, William S. Ballenger III.
Good morning. I'm William S. Ballenger, also known as Bill Ballenger. I'm the fourth in a long line of 5 William S. Ballengers, but the important William S. Ballenger was my grandfather, the second William S. Ballenger, who was known here in Flint as William S. Ballenger Sr. He gave a lot of money to Mott Community College to be used for the construction of Ballenger Fieldhouse and for establishing the Ballenger Eminent Persons Lecture Series. Now, this series goes back 70 years, and I would maintain that it is the best lecture series in the entire state of Michigan. Nobody in any city has a lecture series like this one for 70 years. Most recently, we've had people, as you may have seen in the video, like Lech Walesa, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, President of Poland, Harry Belafonte, Spike Lee, the film director, Patti Smith, the rocker and composer, and that's just recently. I mean, going back in time, it was even more impressive. But you know, over the years, I think one subject has not really been addressed very well, and I commend Mott Community College for coming up with this subject matter today, a housing summit. Housing. Now look, when we have speakers and we have dramatic issues that people are concerned about, you usually hear education, you hear medicine, you hear health, you hear a lot of things, but you don't really hear that much about housing. And yet, there's nothing more important than housing. And here in Genesee County, we have a problem with adequate housing for our citizens. So I commend the college, and I look forward today to a very exciting program, panel discussions, and however you present the material and whatever back and forth there is, talking about housing and shelter and how it can be improved here in Genesee County. Thank you very much for inviting me today to greet you, and I wish you all the best today and in the future.
Let's give Bill a hand. Good morning. And so you have heard that we do have a housing issue here in Flint and Genesee County, and many of you are living that. You understand what is happening day in and day out of this field. And at Mott Community College, you may be asking, why would we put this together as part of this series? We've done this because we know that the people that you are serving, that we're talking about, are a part of our student body. A significant number are a part of our student body. And we were able to look at the research a few years ago when community colleges started submitting our data and allowing different groups to talk to our students about their status in many, many different areas. And I'll be honest, we were deeply surprised to see the data of how many had housing insecurities. But it wasn't just that. It was the food insecurity, the transportation insecurity, the child care insecurity. And that data really was the real impetus for us as a community college to put together the Lenore Crowdy Family Life Center. That is why it was born. And I see some people wanting this clap, but that's why it's here. We know there are many, many issues that are affecting us as a community. But the one thing about Mott Community College is that whatever affects that community, that means that it's affecting us on our campus. We are the community. That doesn't happen in many, many, many different areas across this United States. Community colleges, although it says community, don't really have to pay attention to the issues that are happening in that community. But we have to, because we know how the community goes, Mott Community College goes, and vice versa. And so I am just so happy to see so many people that are here to listen and to talk about today what's happening, but not just that, how do we take action to make change together? We can do things in our own little spaces, our own little areas, but if we're not working together, it's just like this, that little bitty forward movement. But if we are really working together with synergy, we can make huge movement to ensure that we are pushing forward to provide the housing that is needed for all types of people. That include my students. So I am just so happy that you are here. I thank you for joining us today. I know that you were asked when you came in a question, and it is going to appear behind me on a word cloud of what you all said as you got asked. Is that the word cloud? Okay, all right. And so Dale's going to help me with the question because I can't find it on here. Thank you. Okay. And so this is what you've said. These are all the things you would like to learn about today. So I am hoping that as we are listening to others about the critical importance of what is happening, that you will be able to learn. But not only that, create a plan for how we can take action together. Thank you for being here, and I appreciate it.
All right, let me draw your attention to your program at your place so that you can follow along. We have a keynote presentation this morning that really prompted this summit. When our president saw it, she felt that this was something we should share with the broader community, and we have the ability, obviously, to convene folks around different topics under the Ballenger. So the panel that you're going to hear from, or the presentation, the keynote, is called Housing in Genesee County, the Crisis We Face. I'm very happy to introduce Joel Arnold. Come on up, Joel. Planning and Advocacy Manager with Communities First Incorporated. Tom Hutchison, if you'd come up, Executive Director of Genesee County Habitat for Humanity. And then lastly, Kristen Stevenson, Project Manager for the Greater Flint Health Coalition.
You started. Oh, hello.
We'll do a little back and forth here and standing and sitting on this. But thank you so much, everybody. I guess we'll do some brief introductions. As Dale did for us again, I'm Joel Arnold.
Kristen Stevenson. Hi, everybody. And Tom Hutchison.
And we've been doing this presentation trying to have a conversation about what the housing crisis is, how it looks in our community, what specific challenges that we're facing, but really trying to raise the salience of this issue to note that I think often when we think about housing crises, we think San Francisco, DC, we think these very expensive metros, but it is very much a Genesee County issue. And so we'll go through that here with each of us sort of trading off topics based on sort of area of expertise. So we can go to the next slide. So today there's a lot of efforts to make housing in Flint and Genesee County more available, affordable, and accessible. There's a couple of pictures here of recent developments from partners that have included Communities First at our work, Habitat for Humanity, Genesee County Land Bank Authority, Uptown Developments, Metro Community Developments. We have a lot of partners in this community that have done a lot of work. And it's really run the gamut of new construction, restoration, and or vacant buildings. But I think one reason that we want to speak today is to note that while there have been a lot of these exciting projects, what we want to do is put it in context of the scale of the need, right? So the ribbon cuttings are great. We love them. We get to do them. But what's important to note is our real deficit of housing and how much of a dent we are or are not making in that. So since 2017, housing costs in our county adjusted for inflation, we've seen sale prices rise 13% and rents rise 10%. That's after inflation, which I know, especially in 2022, we saw some pretty high levels. One important thing to note is it's usually recommended that folks don't spend more than 30% of their income on shelter costs, so that's your rent plus your utilities. In Genesee County, over 70% of our rental households are spending more than 30% of their income on rent, consumers, water, things like that. And particularly, according to our point-in-time count, over 1,000 Genesee County residents experienced homelessness in 2021, and about 23,400 households are at risk of homelessness, which means they are one financial calamity, broken down car, medical emergency from homelessness. And just for perspective, our total population in the county is about 400,000 people. So 23,000 households, you're talking somewhere between 5 and 10% of the county's population is at risk of homelessness. So this is not a isolated challenge to a few places. This is a pretty staggering countywide issue. So we're going to talk about a couple different categories, how the housing crisis hits different parts of the community, because it does hit them differently. So one particular challenge that we see faced is how this hits seniors, right? A community that is most often on a fixed income. Unlike other communities, our seniors' neighbors cannot just go and pick up another shift or get a higher paying job, right? They are retired. And households headed by those 64 plus grew in our county from 42,000 households in 2016 to 47,000 households in 2021. But what's most important here to note is that the share of seniors living in poverty, so we went both from a larger base, 42,000 to 47,000, but even of that larger number, the share living in poverty rose to almost 10%. And so that means that we're seeing a community that has more seniors living in poverty, which then makes those rental costs all the more challenging. So the two developments you see on here, the bottom one is one that we did at Communities First, of a 24-unit senior housing development at Oak Street School there over on 5th Street. And the top one is McFarland Villages is doing a fantastic rehab and expansion of their senior housing facilities on East Court Street. And these are great projects and great improvements to our community, but the scale is still pretty, we need dozens more of things like this to really eat into our crisis. And 20% of senior homeowners and nearly half of senior renters are spending more than 30% of their income on housing costs.
So when we look at the scope of home ownership and what home ownership looks like in Genesee County right now, we have 44% of the county that's making below 80% of the area median income. At Genesee County Habitat for Humanity, that's our top demographic of folks that we're looking to serve. Of those homeowners, 83% have incomplete kitchen facilities, incomplete plumbing, or are facing overcrowding in their homes. And so that's why, at Habitat for Humanity and at Metro, some of our big projects are home repair projects for existing homeowners. So there's been a 50% reduction of entry-level homes in the market since 1980. That's a national statistic. So I don't know what your experience has been driving around the communities that you live in. I spend a lot of time all over Genesee County, and of course, I work in construction. I come to this work because I'm a builder, and so I'm always paying attention to new developments, how people are building, what people are building. And I will say, not as put in a book statistic, but as my experience, I have seen far less than 50% of new homes that are available to entry-level home buyer, and we'll get into why that is in a little bit. In 2021, only 35% of homes were affordable to 4 families making below 80% of the area median income. Another statistic that really needs context, as Michael from the Land Bank can tell you a lot of the homes in Genesee County that are available to people making under 80% of the area median income are not turnkey homes. These are homes that need work to be safely occupied. Things like entrances, doors, porches, things like roofs, major mechanical systems, things like that. So often when you see a home that's on the market for, say, $35,000, you're still looking at potentially a three-figure rehab cost, which then makes the home, once again, inaccessible to people that are making under 80% of the area median income. According to the Genesee County Metropolitan Planning Commission, our county is short 7,000 units of affordable housing for those with very low income. So this is not 80% of the area median income. In this, we're looking at families that are below 30% of the area median income. Each year, local developers are building 100 to 200 new units of housing, meaning it would take 35 years at our current pace to eliminate the housing shortage, assuming there is no population growth, also assuming that those houses are in just as good of order when they're built as they are 30 years from when they're built. Over 1,000 Genesee County residents have experienced homelessness in 2021, and 23,400 households are at risk of homelessness. Again, at risk of homelessness are people that are just one event away, one broken leg, one trip to the hospital away from homelessness. And nearly 15% of Genesee households experiencing homelessness are households with children.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the relationship between health and housing. At the Greater Flint Health Coalition, part of our mission is to improve the health status of Genesee County and Flint residents. So we recognize that housing is a social determinant of health. What is a social determinant of health? Non-medical factors that affect a wide range of health, functioning, and quality of life outcomes and risks. The conditions in which people are born, grow, live, learn, work, and age. So housing, we say, is the foundation of a healthy life. I'm over here thinking I can just click the thank you. So some chilling statistics around, I'm going to kind of say a few throughout, but to start us off, Genesee County ranks 82nd out of 83 counties in overall health outcomes in Michigan across the state. Unemployment rate of 5.3%. We're 64th out of 83 counties in Michigan. Flint's poverty rate is 35.5%, and Genesee County's is 16.3, higher than both state and national averages. Our median income in Flint and Genesee County is below the state average. Our county consistently ranks third highest in the state for substance use related overdose deaths, and about almost 170,000 households, over 50,000 are considered substandard, overcrowded, or cost burdened, which I believe Joel touched on just a little bit. And so we, trying to, again, just make this connection, there are 4 ways that there's not a whole ton of research around health and housing to impact, but a lot of research has come to agree on these 4 ways that housing impacts health. So I'll go through each one. Stability, quality and safety, affordability, and neighborhood. So stability. One way, so we kind of have this cycle of housing instability. You can see kind of some of the ways that people experience houselessness, and kind of, as Joel and Tom both touched on, just the way that people are kind of one experience away from losing housing. But not having housing increases the risk of teen pregnancy, early drug use, and behavioral health issues. It disrupts employment, education, and receipt of public benefits. So the ability to actually receive help to have your housing. And then, of course, racial disparities are increased as well. Substandard housing, toxic lead exposure. We see substandard housing all across our county. infestations, mold, gas leaks, poor ventilation, all of these things. We see in overly crowded homes and not overly crowded homes. And then also we recognize that a lot of housing that will have an option to use is often located in high crime areas. And then kind of already touched on the lack of affordable housing. This influences access to other goods, medical care, food, prescriptions, impinges on individuals and families' ability to save money and accrue wealth, and ultimately drives people into homelessness. So all of these things also impact, we're seeing the connection here between affordability, stability, neighborhood. Did we do neighborhood yet? That's nice. That impact people's health as well as just their overall livelihood. Public transit, where you live matters, right? So if your neighborhood doesn't have access to transit, grocery stores, parks, schools, these all contribute to whether or not you have good health. We know that historically segregation and discriminatory housing policies are correlated with poor health outcomes and also shorter life expectancy. So again, all of these things contributing to the health outcomes of the folks in our county, us included, right? So it impacts all of us. Passing it back.
So we'll touch on just a couple projects that we wanted to use as sort of examples. These are kind of leaning towards Habitat and Communities First, but there are other people in the room here who are also doing wonderful work to add to the housing stock of our community. But really wanted to show this and have folks keep that figure in mind from earlier that for just extremely low income folks, we are short 7,000 units of affordable quality housing in our county. So this was a development that we did at Communities First, rehabbing a vacant apartment building in the Carriagetown neighborhood. 26 units of mixed income housing reopened in 2022, right about $5 million to do that project. We can do the next slide. Similarly, in the Mott Park neighborhood, we're working on restoring 45 units of an apartment development that had been pretty run down, but not vacated. One thing that we see all the time when we have a housing crisis is that a shortage of housing units forces people to make decisions about their housing quality that you, in an otherwise healthy functioning market, you would rarely see. So when we purchased this property from the previous landlord, there was one tenant who we had to work to relocate who was living in a unit, a 2-story unit, and it only had water availability on a single floor. And so she had set up a bucket system of a bucket running down a rope to empty out and receive water on the floor that had no service. And when you have a shortage of housing units, these are the choices that we force people to make. Because it's not like it's between living in that unit or living in a better unit. Often it's the difference between living in that unit and living on the street. And so it's important when we talk about growing our quality housing supply that we can try and remove people from having to make decisions like that. But it's undergoing a renovation right now, hoping to reopen that within the next year. Again, that's 45 units, right? So that's exciting. And then the next slide is one for those who have been over near the intersection of Grand Traverse and University that we're actually hoping to be moving people in the next month. 48 units of new mixed income housing there. But really and that's about the $15 million, $16 million development. Between all three of those efforts there, right, 45, 48, 26, we're talking about a little over 100 units of new quality housing. And that's not even necessarily exclusively limited to that 7,000 population group, which is really extremely low income folks. We're short 7,000 units. So that's where some of that statistic came from earlier when we talked about if we were to exclusively try and just build our way out of that, our current pace is about 3.5 decades of construction.
3.5 decades.
So at Habitat, Communities First, they focus on larger apartments, multi-unit rentals. At Habitat for Humanity, we take the other end of the housing market. We focus on 1 to 4 unit developments. We also focus on home ownership. So these are a few pictures of some homes that we've recently built. Next slide. A single family home takes about $230,000 to construct. An apartment unit is a little less than that, around $180,000 to $200,000. The median sales price in the city of Flint is $75,000. And the median sales price in the out county is $181,000, leaving a significant gap between the cost that it takes, the absolute brass tacks cost that it takes to build a home, and the sales price of that home. So I actually, if you can just go back to the last slide really quick. So the way that Habitat sells homes, because we sell homes to home buyers that are 80% of the area median income and under. So as we saw in this slide, it takes us around $230,000 to construct. Family making around 80% of the area median income, as long as they're very, very good with their finances, one. Two, and as long as they've happened to avoid any major life incidents that can set us back financially, a person making 80% of the area median income can potentially qualify for a mortgage of around $100,000. So the way that we close that gap is through, we sell the home for a 0% interest mortgage for what they qualify for. They have sweat equity that goes into the home. At the point of closing, there's a dollar amount that's attached to that sweat equity. That comes off of the price. And then the rest of the gap is filled with down payment assistance and gifted equity that goes on as a silent second mortgage, and that gifted equity is reduced based on the amount of time that the person lives in the home. All right, next slide. So this is a this is a build budget that is maybe a year old. So we look at the pre-construction costs, permits, all that, survey fees, all that kind of stuff. We're at about $7,000. Inspections about $2,500. Site development, $14,000, but that is not a realistic number this year for site development. Construction is $135,000. Labor, $67,000. Admin, $10,000, with a total of $237,794. And so that's where we get our subsidy. This is based on a very simple home. This is based on a 1,200 square foot home without a garage. This is a no frills, decent, affordable, energy efficient home. And that's based on a $0 acquisition fee. It's based on a $0 developer fee and a $0 profit. The only way that we can do that, the only way that Habitat for Humanity can do that, is through fundraising and also by having our own construction team, because at Habitat we are builders. So we have in-house carpenters, we have in-house residential home builders that go out and do these projects, and we fundraise for their salary. If that was not the case, we would be much, much higher, closer to the $300,000 mark to build a home, which is just, if anybody's in the market for, and specifically is looking for a new home, if you're looking for a home and it's under $300,000, you should be very, very suspicious of that home. And that's why we're not seeing entry-level houses being built for profit, because there's no, in the current market, there's absolutely no profit to be made in anything less than, you know, a larger, you know, the larger homes that we see that are going into most of these new housing developments.
And Joel, before you, can I just say, what is 30% of 80% of AMI, approximately?
So it changes around April, May every year. The area median income is set by HUD. This year for one person, I think it's $41,000 something. And then the way that it's calculated is that by every person in that house, it goes up a little bit. And for the parents in the room, you know that for every person that's in that house, your expenses go up a lot of it. So,
right. And I just wanted to also point out, we've been talking about very low or low income for folks. So if you make 80% of 40,000, you know, we're not even talking about anybody who makes 40 to 80,000 who still struggles to try to purchase a home.
Sure. I mean, that's still a huge gap. And you look at it, HUD is starting to come around to this a little bit, but a lot of the public programs, a lot of the public funding that we apply for are limited for families that are 80% and under, leaving a huge gap, especially in communities like ours that have a low area median income, of the people that are living in very old homes that make between 80 and 120% of the area median income and still can't save enough for those large repairs, like, you know, roofs and furnaces and stuff like that.
And so, while we don't just want this to be the world's most depressing roadshow, so we are trying to close each of these on what can actually be done to address this. And I know, just shameless plug, because I know there's people in the room who are also doing developments that are not on this list, but if you just go to a few blocks to the east here, Uptown Reinvestment Corporation is building 50 apartments that'll include some affordable units, including and over on 2nd Avenue. Genesee County Land Bank is working on an exciting 16-unit townhouse development on 5th Avenue that will include subsidized units. So again, there is work taking place. The challenge that we face is just the scale of the problem, and how do we address that? So there's really a couple ways to address it, right? So we've talked about a few things. How expensive are things, which Tom touched on, right? The cost to build a house in Genesee County at no profit is about $230,000, $240,000. For a Habitat house, you know, a house going on the market, probably $300,000. Our countywide median sale is $181,000. You don't need a PhD in economics to know that $300,000 is more than $181,000. And so one thing that is critical in the work that we do locally is how do we address subsidy for a lot of this work. Historically, there's been a lot of subsidy for larger affordable rental apartments. One reason that you'll see why Communities First does a lot of the kinds of development that we do is because that's the subsidy set up by a big federal program called the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit. It tends to support larger multifamily rental development. But other communities have done work really to kind of address this on a super local level. So both Kalamazoo County and the city of Ann Arbor passed dedicated local affordable housing millages. Communities First and Habitat for Humanity have been advocates for such a millage here in Genesee County and have been having conversations locally about what would that look like, how does that funding structure work, to try and separate us a bit from the ebbs and flows of funding coming from Washington and Lansing. You know, the last couple of years have been very helpful from Lansing when it comes to support for affordable housing, but we know anyone who's been doing this work for a little bit would know that the idea of continuously growing government support for critical social problems is not a great assumption to make. And so this is something that other communities have done to explicitly kind of take some of that control into their own local hands about how do we subsidize things. And in Kalamazoo County, both of these were passed in 2020. Their dedicated local millage, which raises about $14, $15 million a year, in 2 years led to about $114 million in development. And one of the reasons is really leveraging a lot of these funds. The federal government, the state government, love to fund 70 or 80% of something. And usually one of those big questions always comes in on local contributions, things like that. So that's one funding approach is public, you know, taxpayer-supported funding that other communities in our own state are doing. Other places, oh no, stay on this slide. Other places I've done, Detroit created a fund called Detroit Housing for the Future Fund and has explicitly expanded partnerships with financial institutions. I know they've really built out a partnership with JP Morgan Chase and other entities to explicitly lend into targeted neighborhoods, to do both neighborhood improvements and housing improvements. So some of those partnerships with financial institutions are also key, sort of a non-tax way to direct funding into housing construction. But the problem is not exclusively just how do we provide more subsidy. Some of it also comes from how do we regulate the building of housing in our own land use codes. So and for those of you who are interested, there will be a thrilling breakout session on land use laws after this. But one thing that happens a lot locally and across the state and really across the country is that in many places we make it not discouraged, not sort of challenging, but illegal to build anything except the most expensive type of housing, which is a single-family detached house. In Genesee County, that's about 3/4 of our housing stock is a single-family detached house. And because it's independent walls, no shared walls, no shared roof, is the most expensive type of housing to build. And oftentimes we'll see in our local zoning codes that the ability to build things like a duplex or a triplex or maybe a 6-unit sort of walk-up building is often either discretionary, which means that you'll get it sort of depending on the discretion of a local planning body, or just outright illegal, and you would have to get a variance from a local code to build. And changing those things and making it a little bit easier to build different types of housing, everything from apartments above your garage or things like that, all the way up to maybe a 6 or 10 unit sort of smaller apartment building in a neighborhood, are things that we can change that don't cost us anything, right? That's just what we choose to approve. And so I think the reason that we wanted to show this is that there really is no one fix to the housing crisis, right? There's no one thing we're going to pass or one policy we're going to change and it's going to lead to housing abundance and affordability. But we have to sort of tackle this both from a funding side, how are we subsidizing the development of housing that's accessible at all levels? And housing's always been that way, right? From federally insured mortgages to VA loans, right? The market has always been subsidized in some way to expand access to people. But also, how do we regulate that construction, right? And do we maybe start considering allowing more different types, more affordable types of housing to be built in different places? So we'll go to the last slide.
If I could just sort of jump in on that, and you don't have to go back, but another exciting thing that's happening, so Communities First uses a lot of low-income tax credits to build rentals. That vehicle is not available for people that are building units for ownership. However, it's been struggling to get through, but with the hope and help of voters like you, there's a bill called the Neighborhood Homes Investment Act, and that would be a similar tool that we could use to build units for ownership. The other things to take a look at are some of the bigger HUD funding bundles. They have community development block grants, which are used for home repair, infrastructure improvements, things like that. Home dollars that are generally used for new home construction, and shop dollars, which are used for infrastructure improvements, which again can take a significant amount of the build budget.
Yeah. So I think we just want to close by saying, really restating some of the things that we're doing that we talked about, how a lot of people are working on this. There's a lot that folks in this room can do to change this, right? The way that we address and tackle housing is often a very local decision. And at local levels is often where your voice as a citizen has the most profound impact, right? It can kind of feel like screaming into a void watching national news or something on Washington. But when it's your own local council or your own local planning commission or even county and city government, it makes a huge difference. And we need more folks who center this as an issue, A, recognize what a local crisis it is, and B, really feel compelled to act on it. So please get involved, attend community meetings on this kind of stuff. But most importantly, too, while we're still facing this acute crisis locally, wonderful local organizations like Shelter of Flint, Catholic Charities, My Brother's Keeper, Carriagetown Ministries are doing work to try and help those who are really in crisis moments in their housing situation right now. And as long as we still see these sort of high prices and costs and housing shortage, that homelessness crisis is going to remain an issue. So obviously we encourage people to support them as well. But anything else you'd like to close with?
No, thanks. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody.
Absolutely
happy to.
not.
Yeah, there's time. I defer to Kristen. She's in charge. Yeah. Cool.
On its surface, is supposed to be a very objective science, and it's not. And so, really, based on the predisposition of the appraiser, they're really keeping values down, and there are so many implications to the devaluing of property and real estate. Let's look on a broad perspective. It's tax collection, and those dollars that when you have increasing values to properties, your city is going to be more successful because they'll have more funds available. Neighborhood residents, when you get these lowball appraisals and then it requires more subsidy, the house still sells at this low amount and you're denying people around any equity in their homes that could make improvements to those. So I think that really the bigger issue that we have is the appraisal gap. And it's going to kill homeownership opportunities for many people in our community as well. You might be able to afford the payment, but you'd have to bring so much cash to the table in order to be able to purchase that house. And so, I think it's really disproportionate in the urban environment versus the out county area. So this is really part of our housing crisis as well that needs an overhaul.
Totally.
You talked about entry-level homes. Can you define what that means?
So I would think of an entry-level home to be a 1,000 to 1,200 square foot home that is affordable to a young family.
And young family is like, again, AMI wise, what do we mean by like the income level we're expecting of those folks? Because I know you guys build affordable mostly, but I'm just wondering about, the breadth of folks that we're talking about here in Flint.
I don't really have a distinct definition for an entry-level home other than a home that you can purchase with income that's been generated over a decade or less.
Fair. And then secondarily, you had talked a lot about sort of methods that other counties and cities are using to sort of bring some of the costs down. I'm wondering, in terms of, instead of talking about subsidies, are there other smaller ways, for instance, like template housing, where it goes through a zoning board much more easily because it's already pre-approved? Is that something we're considering?
Yeah, I know, for instance, Kalamazoo has done this, South Bend, Indiana has done this, and I know the city, I don't see Emily Dorr here, but I believe that the city's planning department is working on essentially producing pre-approved building plans, so that when you come to the city to build a house or to build a duplex, other communities have done this where there's essentially a pattern book of options that say, hey, if you want to build this, if you build this design, it's already approved, right? Like, we have already reviewed it, we've already reviewed the size and the dimensions, it complies with our zoning code. And so those are things that make it a lot easier, because the one challenge in some of these reviews from commissions or boards is the more discretionary you make it, the more challenging it can be to finance it. Banks oftentimes don't want to lend to something that when you go to them to seek a loan, it'd be like, well, maybe it'll get approved. It depends on how people feel that day. It's oftentimes a tougher argument to make. So having those, everybody awake? So oftentimes, yes, there are communities that have done that, of just producing pre-approved designs. And so that's what we mean when we say, like, there's no one bill or one act we're going to pass. It's a host of things.
I noticed a lot of the gentrification is more centered, more centralized. So are you guys going to move out more in the marginalized communities into the outside of Flint?
Okay.
Are you guys going to work more in the communities? Because a lot of the work seems to be centralized,
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to communities first. We've got some active developments that we're currently working on in Flint Township and in Grand Blanc and in some other places. So yes, we're certainly, we're headquartered here in Flint. It's historically been where a lot of our work has been, because it is where the need is greatest. But we do know that there's also need in outlying communities, and Tom does a lot of work in the out county, and he can speak to that.
No, I'm talking about in the Flint area. I'm talking about in the actual neighborhoods, different, like Fifth Ward.
Building
yeah.
other
Where
parts of the
different
city other than like downtown.
Yeah,
We also build all over, Communities First and Habitat both build all over the city of Flint. The way that the approach, there's a couple of things that I would say on gentrification. One, I think that the best way to avoid gentrification, one, is investing in existing homeowners and making sure that they can stay in their homes, and we do that through home repair programs and things like that, and obviously creating home ownership opportunities for people so they can own their property and own their home. So that's one thing. Secondly, in the city, so I spent a decade in New York and then in Miami, and in the early aughts when New York City was quickly gentrifying, and then in Miami, again, in a period where it was quickly gentrifying. And when I came back to Flint, the thing that scares me the most is not gentrification, but the expansion of poverty through our neighborhoods, where we're seeing a lot of neighborhoods in our city that were middle class, solid neighborhoods, and we're seeing the expansion of poverty happening throughout our city. And so I think that we have a really good housing foundation. I think that a lot of communities, they don't get in front of this problem. And when development comes in and you don't have a plan in place to keep people in their homes or to provide new opportunities for affordable housing, those communities get trampled because you have a lot of money coming in. Obviously, municipalities love money because it makes their city better to afford more things. But I think that in Flint, we have a really good foundation to stop the displacement of people and also to invest in the homeowners that are already here. So that's one thing that I commend our community for doing, is putting our people first.
Yeah. And I can speak just a bit, to Communities First work. Yeah, you've seen a lot of sort of development work in sort of greater downtown neighborhoods, but we've also done, the Coolidge Apartments on the west side, Berkeley Apartments up at Ballenger and Berkeley. We're working on in pre-development on a potential development in the 3rd Ward here in the city. So we know too that kind of addressing this housing crisis is not just going to be, a ton of apartments and townhouses and new construction downtown, but we need to make sure that people are feeling this in their neighborhoods across our community.
Hi. Hi, my name is Ann Figueroa. I'm board president of Family Promise. One thing I haven't heard so far is we're addressing the actual physical housing, but what about prevention? We're a real small agency, part of a big national agency, where we try to prevent. We've worked a lot in diversion to keep them in their homes and in their rentals to be able to pay some of their bills. We teach them financial literacy. Are any of you guys doing any of those programs so that we can not fill up the bathtub of homelessness, try to keep them out of the water?
Yeah.
Are you guys working on any
Financial
of those?
counseling and home purchasing courses are a big part of what we do at Habitat. In the past year, we've been really lucky as a state to have the My Half program. And so we've been helping homeowners sign up for that. That's where the state will come in and pay back utility bills, back mortgage payments, things of that nature to get people caught up and to prevent foreclosure before it happens. So yeah, definitely financial literacy, financial counseling, and also through our financial counseling, we do focus on budgets and help families come up with budgets. But a part of that is opening up more income for people that have low incomes, and so that can look like signing families up for programs that they might not know are available to them, or really taking a holistic approach. We at Habitat, if you come in to, say, apply for home repairs or something like that, we'll take a look at your application package and figure out what other programs we can connect you to, and we'll help you fill out those applications while you're there for your intake appointment for whatever, or connect you to social services or whatever else you need, so that you're actually holding the income that you're entitled to.
Is this on? Oh, thank you. So Joel, appreciate you, as always. Kristen and Thomas, thank you so much for being here and providing that overview for us in our keynote. We're now going to take a pause while the breakout sessions form. Back to your program here, we actually have 5 topics. You're going to be able to go to 2 of those, one from 9:30 or so to 10:30, and then another one of the 5 between 10:30 and 11:30, and then we'll all come back here and start lunch. So just to walk you through these, and there's been a slight change, I think, in one of the locations. The issue of homelessness and short-term temporary housing is going to be here. Is Misty in the room? Hi, Misty. Wave at everyone. So Misty is going to walk over here during the break. We're going to pull this wall shut. And then on the other half, it's going to be Dr. Rebecca Myzinski from MCC. I should say that Misty is with Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee counties. Dr. Myzinski is here. Wave at everyone. She's going to be talking about the hidden crisis of housing for college students on this side. And then across the hall, well, actually down the hall this way, right around to the left, there's a classroom. Derek Bradshaw and Anthony Kelly, who are seated here. They're from the Genesee County Metropolitan Planning Commission. They're going to talk about what and where are the resources related to housing. And then we've got two more. Joel Arnold, who you already know, he's going to be holding court in the Applewood restaurant downstairs. That's different from what this says. Joel's going to be downstairs in Applewood. And then also different from what this says, we have Michael Freeman and Christina Kelly and Alexandria Riley are going to be right across the hall in what we call the President's Conference Room. So these will start in about 10 minutes or so. Let me just say to our presenters, if you have any technical difficulties, the man in the room is Steven back there. He's waving. So any problems, come and find him. So let's take a brief break, grab some more food, and go to your first breakout. You're welcome. Thank you.
My name is Misty Bowers. I'm the director for One Stop Housing through Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee counties. I'm not some big speaker. I was kind of thrown into this in the last 48 hours. But what I, kind of the feet on the ground worker, I'm not your typical director in my opinion. I'm really the feet on the ground worker. I work right alongside my staff. I work way over the amount of hours that they work actually. And I have one staff that can keep up with me and will work 15-hour days with me all week long. I'm coming in as early as 7:30 in the morning and leaving some nights at midnight, 12:30, because our housing crisis right now is just awful. That's the easiest way that I can put it. When it comes from homelessness to those that are experiencing homelessness, they are, I've never seen a demand like this. In 12 years of housing, I've never seen anything that we just simply can't keep up. Where I'm answering clients' emails or phone calls, phone calls up to like 9 o'clock at night, and they're really surprised that somebody is calling them from an agency that helps people experiencing homelessness that late at night, that they have, where are you from again? And even where I'm answering emails and thinking I'll get a response the next day, and I have clients emailing me back that night. Thankful that where I've even had to help this last week somebody get into a motel at 11 o'clock at night, because I didn't have a chance to get to them all day, and by the time that I did, they still had no place to be. They were outside, actually one of our community partners' buildings. So we went and found them and got them into a motel. So wherever it is, we try to meet them where they're at. We do our due diligence to try and bridge all those gaps with our community partners. I've only been in my position for the last year as the director. Before that, I was the coordinator. And before that, I was just a case manager that ran the Section 8 homeless preference program for Genesee County for the last 8.5 years. And I actually have people that I've worked with in the past that I've seen here already today that have obtained housing through a program that I was overseeing and have done amazing since. They give back to the community, they volunteer. I have 4 clients here today, actually. So it's really good to see when they come to the table. But when it comes to housing, we don't have enough shelter space and homelessness. We obviously don't have enough shelter space. I also oversee the warming center with Catholic Charities that opens December 1st through March 31st. That actually Mott Community College also assists us with when it comes to funding. And if it wasn't for them, we would truly not be able to do it. And we're not a shelter. We simply are just to keep people out of the cold. And our numbers last year were double and triple what they normally were in years past. For instance, December, we had 78 people during the day. And usually December is our slowest month. We had 85 people per night with 7 nights. Our average was 85 people per night with 7 nights being over 100 plus people. January, during the daytime, we had averaged 99 people per day. And then at nighttime, we averaged 96 people per night with 14 consecutive nights over 100 people. February, our daytime average was 88. Our nighttime average was 101 with 15 nights with over 100 plus people. March was our last month that we were open, and the average was 98 people per day and 117 people per night with 29 nights with over 100 plus people. Normally, our max was 85. And this is not including all the people that we had in motels, because in previous years, up until this year, we didn't turn away people, but we would highly encourage women and children to go to the emergency shelters for the simple fact that we aren't a shelter. We don't do background checks. So you might have somebody with a CSC charge or an arson or violent criminal activity background. And so it's really not a place for children to be. But however, we don't want anybody to be cold or in their vehicles during what we consider the coldest months. So with that being said, we figured that we needed to do something different this year and try a women and children's safe haven pilot, where we're having them in a different location than the men. Just that, and also because our numbers were so high this last year. Our numbers, I want to say, because I did all of the books last year, we're somewhere around 30 to 45 women and children. On average, I would say between almost every night that the warming center was open. And in the beginning, and sometimes there was certain times where I would put people in a motel because they were either on CPAP machines or oxygen machines or different things, the needs that we've seen, because we're not a medical facility. We don't have anybody on staff to accommodate those needs. However, again, we don't want them to be cold. And there was certain, women that would come in with children that, in my opinion, had a higher need. They had special needs, whether it was dietary or it was their health, autism, things like that. So we would work diligently to get them into a better setting that could accommodate all of their needs, and in a more private setting too that would help their situation. So the programs that I oversee for Catholic Charities is the HARA, which is a federal and state mandate, and then which we're considering, the HARA is the Housing Assessment Resource Agency, and we work closely with Metro Community Development and all the shelters and the street outreach teams. And we bridge those gaps and connect all the services along with Metro to be able to service our community needs. So we have a coordinated entry system that is supposed to be, or is, a centralized intake place where kind of a one-door approach. We have a no wrong door approach in our community, but where all of our referrals come in, where people, in their no wrong door approach, let me back up, is where wherever people present, they can get services and connected to services between us and Metro, and get the referrals sent to us for housing programs, even the ones that we don't have. Considering we work with the Housing Choice Voucher that is homeless preference. We have homeless prevention that assists people that are at risk of homelessness. So if they have evictions, they need first month's rent deposit, utility shutoffs, moving costs, whether that be a U-Haul or storage units. We have rapid rehousing that can assist people for up to 9 months of rental assistance, where they can keep their homeless status and still qualify for Section 8. What else do we have? We have the Moving Up Vouchers, which is a pilot program that initially only us in Wayne County got some years ago. And that's by referral based only. And those clients are referred from our permanent supportive housing programs. And so the permanent supportive housing programs, Catholic Charities does not have. Shelter Flint does, and Genesee Health Systems. But again, when those people have been in housing for over a year, they've been successful, maintained their portions of rent, things like that, their case manager can present them to be a candidate for the Moving Up program. And basically, they just don't need the case management no more. They've been successful in everything that they're doing. And so that allows us to have more permanent supportive housing programs and spaces open for those that really need the case management to make them successful and stably housed. And so though we don't have that program, we work with it, and we have another program that we work with that we do not have, and it's project-based vouchers, and those are located with various different apartment complexes throughout Genesee County. So we do the paperwork and those initial assessments after we get the referrals from Metro Community Development to be able to send them to stable housing. So right now we're working on the Grand, which is the new build that Communities First is doing. And so we're responsible for all of those paperwork and those clients as well, alongside Metro Community Development. We also, Catholic Charities has another program called the Emergency Housing Vouchers. It's the fastest program that I've ever seen MSHDA roll out, and we worked along Metro Community Development to be able to lease up people. I want to say it was in less than 3 months. From the time that the program was implemented and rolled out until the point that they did their intake, verified as homeless, and then did their intake and their briefing and all those things and began looking for housing. It was 3 months or less. But that's the only program that the government's ever given us where it came with a stipend for the client. So it came with $2,500 for household essentials, where it could assist them if they needed a bed or they needed a dresser, a kitchen table for them and their children to eat at, or even if it was a single individual, because we had a lot of singles that used it as well. And that program was designed to target the populations for people that were fleeing domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, or just really extenuating serious circumstances. And we worked with each of the street outreach teams, the shelters, and of course the YWCA to lease up those vouchers. We had only gotten 38. And then we haven't gotten any more. I'm hopeful that we will. I doubt it, but I am hopeful because it was really good program, probably the fastest one any of our clients have ever really leased up through. And I know I'm forgetting another program. rapid rehousing. Oh, let me see, because I'm forgetting here. So we have the homeless prevention one, we have rapid rehousing, housing choice vouchers, which is the homeless preference, moving up, emergency housing vouchers, and then we have a navigator position that I'm actually currently still hiring for, where it'll help bridge those gaps, where our clients that need a little bit more hand-holding to lease up or navigate the system. And so in doing that, all of these things connect our people to the shelters. Either they start at the shelters or we're connecting them to the shelters, and the street outreach teams. The street outreach teams, their main purpose is to verify people that are experiencing homelessness that can't go into the shelter, that are staying somewhere not fit for human habitation. So an abandoned house, car, garage, building, tent, parking structure. A home without utilities where the bill is too large for them to get assistance, or maybe it was fraud, or there's just not the proper things hooked up at that home for them to be able to turn it on, or pass an inspection to have it turned on and get the work done, those things. So there's a lot of things that are going on. So when client accesses services and they're referred to the HARA, they can present in person, by email, phone. We have several referral platforms. And then we also work with Greater Flint Health Coalition for the Find Help portal. So we have a lot of referrals that come in through there as well. That's something newer that they've been doing with our community partners. And so I guess when you think of homelessness or those that are at risk of homelessness, COVID, in my opinion, ruined everything. But not only that, I think our SARA program that brought millions into our county, it was a huge help for those that needed it. But it also created a lot of barriers to the work that we all do within our organizations. Because SARA was the COVID emergency rental assistance program. I think that's how a lot of our people now are really, truly becoming homeless. Because they're used to that the government, the COVID money being there, the CARES money being there, where we could pay $10,000, $11,000, $12,000 of evictions. Landlords, for the first time ever, allowed them to get many months behind where they typically in the past would not have, because they knew they were going to get paid, and we could pay forward. We could pay forward 3 months. So if you allow them to stay and don't kick them out, and then we've seen the trend was going to be, as soon as that 3 months ahead that was paid is up, and they're not bound by that paperwork that they signed, they were putting everybody out if they couldn't get any more money or any more assistance. And so now that's the problem that we're facing. And then there was also where the only program that ever has assisted somebody that's on Section 8, a housing voucher, some sort of government subsidy, SARA was the first program to ever assist them if they were behind on their rent, only for the simple fact that they're already getting government assistance, so it would be considered double dipping. So then the landlords found ways to start scamming the SARA program. Instead of saying that they were on a voucher, they would have clients or themselves not mark the box saying that they're in a subsidy. Their ledgers wouldn't reflect that they were getting paid by HAP or MSHDA. As long as we did our due diligence and we did all of our work and requested all of the right paperwork, there wasn't anything that we could do, because we couldn't prove that they were getting something else, because the amount that we were seeing when you're spending over $1 million a month in rental assistance and utilities, there's no way we could have ever checked that amount of clients to see with MSHDA, like, are these accurate? Are they really getting a subsidy? I mean, because we'd literally have to go through everything. It was also the only program that has ever assisted somebody saying that they were living with a family member. So if I was her sister and I said, she's looking out for me, and I've been staying with her rent-free, but all of a sudden there's this money around, and she was able to start saying, I pay $800 a month in back rent and I'm 9 months behind. There's no way for us to prove that. So as long as they had the documentation, filed an eviction at the court because the landlord and the tenant live at the same address, well, they got paid, plus 3 months forward. So again, now people are expecting all of our programs to pay these same types of fees in back rent, and we just can't. The money that we typically get, we went from millions back down to $500,000, $250,000 for an entire year. And when you think about it, that's really not a lot, because I know on average right now we're spending, I would say in March, my organization, just through 2 programs, spent over 21,000, assisting 24 people with rent and utilities, first month's rent deposit. In April, we spent just under 24,000. May, we spent just over 25,000. June, we spent just almost 30,000. July, we spent 42,000. August, we spent almost 38,000. September, we spent 38,000. October, we spent 34,000. So, and we still can't keep up. We're still behind in processing, and I'm getting the same communication from MDHHS, from the courts. I've had conversations within the last couple weeks. They can't keep up with the court dates and the demands either for the people that are coming through, that they asked how could they help us help the community. Pushing some of those eviction dates back by a week instead of coming right back in 2 weeks would allow us to process a little bit better and more efficient and in a timely manner, because we just simply can't keep up, and we don't get a lot of funding when it comes to case management for these programs. We get really minimal. So when our street outreach team goes out, what they do, and I'm going back a little bit, but what they do is they will help get people into the shelters. When they're verifying people that can't go into the shelters either because of their background checks or PTSD or anxiety or the various different things. Sometimes it's dietary restrictions and they feel that the shelters don't meet their needs. Some are on CPAP machines or oxygen machines, and I know Metro has difficulties sometimes as well as we do to get people into those spaces because the shelters look at it as a liability. If somebody was to sneak a lighter in or different things, or a child, or they can't be responsible if that machine breaks. So the shelters aren't necessarily always equipped to meet all of our needs. We think that that's just an answer, and it's really not, because they don't have a CNA or a medical assistant at those facilities to be able to watch and help for the people that have those special needs. So people resort to what they know or what they feel safe in their environments, which in my opinion is their car, a family member's garage, a tent, a camper. I have worked on the street outreach teams and still work alongside them sometimes because I'm friends with them, and see that the needs are still just as great as what they were this time last year, if not more. Getting the shelters, usually to get people into the shelters, is fairly easy during spring and summer months, because our people are transient. They move around quite a bit, and they don't want to be in the shelter settings either. But nonetheless, it's been difficult these last couple of years to really get anybody into the shelter just because the demand is so high. And we're seeing a lot of large families, women and children, where there is 5 or more kids. On the average, I would say most are between 5 and 9 kids that we're seeing. And I don't know where this is coming from because I've never seen it that high before. Usually, you see a woman or a couple with children, and it'd be 3 or 4 kids. Right now, our numbers have been between 5 and 9. Even with a motel stay, if Shelter of Flint or Carriagetown says, I can't take them right now, but I can take them next week, and we put them in a motel, legally, I can't put them in 2 motel rooms without somebody over the age of 18 being in that second room. And if she's got 6 kids that are all under the age of 18, now I'm in another dilemma. What do we do? And if they have that hotel, because again, we're using the lowest level of hotels because of the way that our funding is, we can't spend over a certain dollar amount when we put people in those motels. So it's not like we're putting them in the Hilton or anything like that, because they're just not feasible with the funds that we get. We're trying to maximize our dollars as much as we can. However, I was really lucky lately and found a hotel where they charge $290 for a whole week, and they're actually better than the ones that I'm using right now. So I was super excited about that one. And where it sounds maybe comical to you guys that we find those things, it's rare, because you think of the motels that we have to use, and I really have to judge where I put people by, are they going to destroy things? Because our funds don't pay for damages, where we're going to be responsible for it, and then if we don't pay them, the motel doesn't want to deal with us. And so we have a lot of restrictions when it comes to the government funding, although I'm thankful for it because it allows me to do the work that we do and make sure that people are stably housed. But there's a lot of red tape that comes with it. So when you have places like Mott Community College that help us with the warming center, where we're not using motel dollars, and shelters are at capacity, where they've even put people on the couch for me to get people out. And can you put them in the motel the next day? We'll get them out today because maybe one of us was out of town. We don't work 24/7. I will say that I'm the non-traditional person, and I will work till 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, answering emails and calls and getting people into motels, but I can't do that 7 days a week. And I can't expect my staff to either, besides they're paid hourly. So that kind of overtime just doesn't happen in our world. So the prioritization and the trends and the needs, we do our due diligence, I think, with all of our organizations, whether it's shelters, our lead agency, which is Metro, us as the HARA, and both street outreach teams, because we also have a street outreach team that is specific to our people that are experiencing mental health crisis or in services for that, where they're able to verify and work with all of our partner organizations. I will say probably 8 times out of 10, the people that are being, that the PATH team works with are not ideal candidates for the shelters. They don't do well. They have the most severe mental health needs, and usually even sometimes get banned from the warming center. Because again, we don't have somebody on site to deal with those behavioral health concerns or those outbursts or things when they have episodes. And it makes it challenging to deal with the other populations and kids when they're all in the same environment, the same room, because the warming center is literally a warming center. It's wrestling mats, and people have pillows and blankets. So it's not cots, it's not beds. We're trying to keep people out of the cold. So it is not ideal for women and children. However, that's why we have the Safe Pilot this year, to try something different for safety purposes for our staff, for our people that we serve. And I'm anticipating our numbers to be higher this year. Those 231 homes that were bundled and sold is not going to help it at all. We're already getting calls, and I've already had the owners of those places reach out to me. The city of Flint set them down to talk to me about a week and a half ago. And so they've sent letters out. So our calls have already started about people relocating, or if you aren't going to be able to pay this kind of rent, they want them to pay deposits all over again. First month's rent, they're raising the rents. They actually had the audacity to ask us if an organization could help them fix up the homes that they purchased. Can we pay for their water heaters and their furnaces, and can we help fix the windows? And it took everything in me not to laugh at them and keep being professional. It was really hard because these are the same circle of owners and investors that were partnerships or owners on Richfield Court and Sunset Village. The look on Tracy's face right now, I couldn't, I didn't either. So I worked on that project when the city of Flint condemned Richfield Court and Sunset Village. And we rehoused, with a team of people and a couple of organizations, we rehoused 92 people in 2.5 months, which never happens in our community to move that quick, during a pandemic at that, where everything was shut down. From Secretary of State, you could only get in with an appointment. Social Security was shut down. Everything was online or remote. A lot of our people don't work by that. And the courthouse where they were getting their birth certificates was shut down as well. So with United Way and Metro and several other community partners, we worked diligently to set things in place to relocate those people. And so when these people came to me and I asked them, did they own Richfield Court and Sunset Village at the time that they were condemned, they hesitated when I asked them, and then proceeded to tell me, well, we sold it 8 years prior. And I said, but it was within the same investor group that you all work within in Florida, right? He kind of hesitated and told me yes. And I just wanted to reach out and choke him. I'm not even going to sugarcoat that, because 92 people, when you have elderly women and children during a pandemic to house, we didn't even have enough housing, but we managed to do it. How is beyond me, because you're looking at people that the reason they stayed in these places as bad as they were was because of their background checks, their credit checks, all of those things. So we had to pay double on some of their deposits, or more than what we were normally paying, to be able to get them to get approved to move into the new apartment or the property manager to accept them. So when you have these people coming to you asking for help to fix up their homes so that they can raise the rent, that's the problem when you have outside investors come in. And so they did tell me that they sent out letters. They're not trying to put nobody out on the street, especially during the cold months. Besides, they don't know who else will move in them house as squatters as they're trying to work on them. And then proceeded to tell me that, well, can you put them in a motel while we fix up the home? No, I cannot. It's just not ideal. So I don't know how to fix the housing crisis. All I can speak on is our experiences as organizations and street outreach teams and shelters, because I started off as an intern 12 years ago, and got my first job out of that, and then was a case manager with the Housing Choice Voucher Program for Homeless Preference for probably 8 or 9 years. And then I worked for the city of Flint and the street outreach team, and then became with Catholic Charities 2.5, going on 3 years ago. I absolutely love the work that I do, so it makes it easy for me to work the hours that I work, and the need is definitely there. I wish I had like 5 more of me or other salaried people that would put in that kind of work, because it's definitely needed. It doesn't matter how many hours I work, it doesn't seem to be enough. And even getting into the shelter, one of our clients, and she's in one of our rapid rehousing programs that was in on the other side, I watched her expressions as somebody mentioned about the shelters and getting into the shelters. Our shelters do a lot of amazing work and great work, and I know from running the warming center, it is not easy. When you're meeting all of you're dealing with people that have the highest need, barriers, trauma, all kinds of things. And then they're defensive because they've dealt with a lot of people passing the baton because they didn't know how to fix their need or address their need. So they just passed them to the next person. So by the time they get to us at the shelters, they're really judgmental and defensive. And what are you going to do for me? Like, how can you help me? You're not doing nothing to help me. Okay, well, what are you doing to help yourself? Because I don't sugarcoat it when it comes to clients. I'm not going to do more work than what you do. But if you do the work, I will do everything I can to help you. And if that includes I stay till 10, 11 o'clock at night, then by all means, I'm going to do it. And then I hear community partners, Misty, self-care. But somebody's got to do it. And if I'm that person with a team of other people, because I do know other people that work late, maybe not as late as me, but they work quite late. I emailed a community partner the other night, and he actually emailed me back late, and I was like, you never work this time. Like, what's going on? But nonetheless, it helped me. I was able to finish doing and working on that client's case that night. So it was a huge help. I was able to send the referral over because I'm not that early morning person if I don't have to be. Because I am working so late. So I try to come in at 9 or 10 in the morning because I know I'm not leaving anytime soon. But at least my people that I work with and alongside have it as soon as they get in at 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning because I'm not that person. So if I can send it the night before and that's the first thing that they see, that works for me. But when you're going to the shelters, you have to call every day to get in and put your name on a call log. And if you say you're staying with a friend or a family member, you're not going to be the highest need. But that family member is also, at the same time, fed up with them being there and don't realize, you know, on the other end of that phone, we don't necessarily think that they are going to be put out at any time soon. They're with a family member. We can get this person who doesn't have an alternative into the shelter now. So they might call for 2, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before they get in the shelter. And not updating their status as to, I'm no longer with this family member, I'm in my car, I'm under a bridge, I'm staying in a parking structure and being chased off by security, or I'm in a Walmart parking lot, though they say that they allow people to stay there, they often do not. Security will roll up on them and make them leave. And then they present at family members and friends' houses. And they might go in for that night, but let's say that we filled out a street outreach request because they're in their vehicle, but family member, it was super cold, felt bad for them, let them in for that one night. Our street outreach team went out that night, didn't see them in the car, didn't verify them. But the next night, family member, they had gotten in a fight with them, and now they're back in the car. But their street outreach request is already closed out. So they're starting all over again. And street outreach does, in their defense, they do make it the minimum 3 attempts, more like 5 to 8. But they do make at least 3 attempts to try and verify them. We'll ask them, what time do you arrive at that location? What time do you leave that location? Because we don't want to go when they're handling their business during the day, obviously. We want to see when they're really residing and sleeping in those environments. Because everybody doesn't want to go into the shelter. It's not ideal. So we really have, and what people don't see, if you don't work in it, you don't probably notice it all the time. But where people are just in crisis and survival mode, but they don't meet that HUD or MSHDA definition to really get the services that they need. They're bridging gaps. They're really, truly in crisis and survival mode, and they're bridging the gaps to get to the next step. And they raised Social Security. So now you have 2 people in a household. They're sharing expenses, but they don't qualify because they're over income, but they could never make it on their own. So there's a lot of things when it comes to homelessness and those experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness, however you want to put it, that there's a lot of barriers and things that people don't think about. I don't have all the answers. I would love to take one of these schools and go by floor and each wing be something different. One wing fits our LGBTQ population, one fits our women and children, maybe away from the elderly because they don't want to be annoyed. But where it's a 3-month transitional housing, that they still keep their homeless status or until they can get stable, but you have a case managers on site that would bridge those gaps. Because we have people that have life-saving devices where they can't go into shelters, or if they do, they're limited, that are not ideal for warming center. But they really just don't have the funds to meet, and the wait lists are too long for them to wait for the subsidized, the tax credits, all of those things. So the need is a lot. I don't think that there's one answer that will fix it. There's a lot of hoops that they have to jump through to get in, and I would have loved if I'd had more time to actually do a PowerPoint and ask one of the clients to speak to their experiences, because I was watching her expressions when people were speaking and they were talking about getting into the shelters, and she said, somebody had made the comment about MBK and Carriage Town, and I am not saying anything negative, let me say that first and foremost about our shelters, because our shelters do a lot of amazing work. But when the person made a comment about how great Carriage Town works, or MBK or Shelter Flint or Y or whatever it is, the street outreach teams works to help our people experiencing homelessness, when you don't have enough workers, some of those people may not think that they do enough to help. But we haven't given them or taught them the skill sets to really be able to do it for themselves. A lot of stuff is generational, and they weren't taught. You have family members that watch the younger kids because the adults are making things work, and, working parents, the older ones always look out for the younger ones. So then, when you think about the generational things, like, well, mom did this, grandma did this, my auntie did this, so they don't really know how to navigate and do it on their own. All they've ever known was poverty. And so they really do not, I don't even know how to really say it, but they don't know how about budgeting. They don't know about prioritizing. I had a street outreach request filled out for somebody the other day, and between her and her spouse, they made just under $2,000 a month. You would think that's a lot. I mean, they don't work. It's both SSI. But she wanted to be verified as sleeping in her car. And both her and her spouse were pulled for Section 8 some months back. Neither of them got through the process because they didn't submit their documents in a timely manner. We don't have the kind of case managers to hold 100 people's names that were pulled, or 50 names that were pulled for each one of them, to make sure they get through the process, and we can't force them to do the work. We can tell them, we definitely tell them and do our due diligence at the beginning that you will need these documents, you'll need this, here's what to expect. And they think they have enough time because they compare it to the income-based wait list, where it's a year, 2, 3 years long. Ours is not. Right now, the homeless preference wait list is about 5 months long, but that fluctuates. Because once they're placed on that list, they have to recertify every 120 days to prove their homeless status to remain on that list, because we're really truly trying to help those that are most in need, that are really experiencing homelessness. So if they're not homeless when we start calling them at the 90-day mark, then they just fall off the list when it hits midnight. If their recert date was tonight and they didn't recertify, showing that they were still in a shelter or a warming center, verified by street outreach, then we would go ahead, well, MISHDA, not us, MISHDA, it's computer generated, they fall off the wait list at midnight. But let's say they were, but they didn't keep their contact information up to date with us. And then they come back 2 weeks later and go, what's my status? Well, you fell off on the 16th. What do you mean? You didn't recertify. But I'm still homeless. I'm still out here. But you didn't keep your contact information up to date with us. We couldn't reach you to remind you of that recertification date. So now they're starting the process and the cycle all over again. So it's kind of a revolving door. And then a lot of the ones that and I'm sure Metro can speak to this, that are coming through, they do not, frequent flyers, I would say, is a terrible term, but I don't know what else to use, where they just keep coming back through the system, cycling back through the system is what I'm looking for. That when the name comes up, I can say I've worked with them for the last 6, 7, 8, 9 years. And it's cognitive, usually, and mental health issues. And they might start off in services that will help bridge those gaps and help them get into housing. And then they don't know how to maintain it once they get into it. It's a lot of hand-holding. That's where our navigators come in, because our case managers' loads, they just don't have the time. And everybody thinks that we just need more case managers, but we need more qualified people, people that care to really make sure that our people get through and can maintain it. But also, once that they're leased up, that this isn't a lifestyle. This shouldn't be something that you strive for the rest of your life. But again, they know that generational stuff. And so there's really a lot of things that go into those. And if the client, it's timely. I've seen a client wait 8, 9 months to get into housing, whether it be between Section 8 or another housing program, because up until January 19th of this year, our homeless preference wait list was almost a year long, which means they were recertifying 3 times. And then when they get pulled, it's still not a quick, well, you'll be leased up in a month. They have to turn in all their documents, assuming they listened to us and got the documents. And then if they did not, they could time out and lose that voucher and have to start all over again, because they only have 14 business days to turn it in once they get pulled. And so we really try to work hard with all of our community partners, our shelters, our case managers, and utilize our services the best ways that we can. But again, there's only so much that we can do, especially when you have outside investors coming in, and that's a large amount of people. And I keep coming back to that in all of my conversations lately, because I know for a fact that 180 or 190 of those, because I got the list of all those addresses that they sold and the people that were said to live at those addresses, are directly in the city of Flint. There's only a small handful that are on the outskirts of the city of Flint. And so it's really just supporting our community partners that actually do the work, the feet on the ground workers, and hearing their voices of what the needs are. Because I don't think we're coming out of this housing crisis, at least not in our community, anytime soon. I'm hopeful. I will continue to put in the work, and I know my team will as well, as long as our community partners. But right now, the demand is just really high. So I'm extremely thankful for our street outreach teams, because I also oversee the HARA in Shiawassee County, and out there, I have one domestic violence shelter. I have what I consider a mom and pop shelter that is very small capacity, and no street outreach team except for a youth one. And so here I have 2 street outreach teams, a whole bunch of, I won't say a whole bunch, but a few mom and pop shelters, and then 4 emergency shelters, and then we have motel dollars. I have fewer resources out there. And so when you compare the 2 counties, it looks differently, but the needs are different too. I don't even know how to explain it. Tracy, maybe you can explain it better to what you and your team have seen. But it's just the demand is high. High is not even a really good word to use. We can't keep up with it. Your team?
45 to 50 organizations
that work.
We're called the Flint Genesee County COC. And so our whole goal is to solve this homelessness. So we are working, we house about 100 a year, 100 people being housed. From the time that they enter into our system and they are on our, what we call quality by name list.
Yes.
It's about 100 and let me get the right number. There's about 120 days. So it is in line with everything we've heard is because of the lack of housing stock. But we are making strides.
We are.
The trends that we're seeing are mental health is number one. Over 45% of our clients experience some kind of mental health
Yes.
that they admit. We know that number is much higher. And then we're seeing seniors exactly what they
A
said.
higher need of senior
Yeah.
housing. Is,
Larger families.
yes, the large families and senior housing is real extremely high volume right now. And then speaking on what she said about mental health, I've noticed since the water crisis, we've had, and maybe I was younger and didn't ever realize it, but a higher uptick of children with autism. So it's harder to put them into shelter settings. We had a woman come in the other day with 5 children that had autism, and one was severe. So I had to ask the motel to specifically put her on the end, so that way, and of course I had to do 2 rooms, so again, that limits less people that I can help. But nonetheless, the need was there. But I can usually put them in a motel for a week or 2. The funds that we had during COVID have now been depleted, where we had a lot of money during COVID to be able to put people into motels because they wanted people to be quarantined or off of the streets or not with the general public, things like that. The government did give us a lot more money at that time, so did private organizations for that matter. But again, it's not ideal for the shelter settings. And when you're thinking 3-4 months for housing, everybody says we need to do it right now, we need to speed up, we need quicker processes. But the homes aren't there. They can't get approved. I'm not sure what else to add to that, but there's a lot of barriers, there's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of trauma that they've experienced. And I wish I would have had the time to really dig deeper into this to present at a different level, but I found out about that I was presenting yesterday morning. So, and I am down case managers right now, so of course I'm working diligently to make sure clients' needs are still met while I'm hiring for that position. Because when she talks about we lease up like 100 people a year, it's definitely, I would say definitely more over 100, but those are people going from literal homelessness to housing. The numbers that I spoke on when I spoke on the dollar amounts, the numbers assisted for March to prevent, to divert homelessness, when you talk about evictions, deposits, first month's rent, in March was 24, April was 42, May was 45, June was 43, July was 75, August was 58, September was 56, and October was 43. That was in diversion, making sure that we kept people in their homes. And that's still also where we're paying, we're looking at a lot of, we follow the same concept, kind of like MDHHS, where when they do their SER applications, you pay this much, we'll pay this much. And so, because we're really trying to maximize our dollars, so they come to us with $3,000 eviction, we'll negotiate with them, can you pay $400 of this, and we'll pay $2,600 of this. Because we're not just seeing people that are 1 or 2 months behind. They're 3-4 months behind, whether it's a surgery, whether life happened, their car broke down, they fixed the car so they could get to work, but didn't pay the rent. Then kids started school. Now Christmas is coming. And you would think, okay, well, if you can't pay your bills, you don't do all those other things. But they don't necessarily think like that. They want the same as everything else, as everybody else wants for their kids. They want to provide for them. They want to be able to bridge those gaps and just give them a good life. So if that means not paying rent and possibly getting evicted, and hope I can find an agency that has funding at that time to help them, that's what they do. And then now, let's say they do get evicted. When they do get evicted, now they have that on their record. It's harder for the next landlord to rent to them unless they catch it quick enough and they move quick enough that it's not on their record yet. So there's a lot of different pieces that feed into that. So I don't think I have anything more else to give you, but it's a lot of things to think about when you think about housing crisis when it comes to those experiencing homelessness and are at risk of homelessness. There's a lot of things that contribute to those factors. And people really have to think outside the box, because I'm sure most of us at the level that we're at, I'm confident in saying most of us have not experienced that. I know as a kid I was homeless. I left home at 15. So it makes it easier for me to do the work that I do and be the voice for the people that don't have one, don't know how to use their voice, but to advocate and get them the services and bridge those gaps and those needs. And we have some pretty amazing community partners that help with those efforts as well. So. And for the record, I hate speaking in public, so. Yes, absolutely.
Do I need to? Oh God. Hello. It ain't on. It is? Okay. But parents that have evictions on their record, I'm dealing with one right now, and it's keeping her from moving forward. What do we do as those that help, or to be able to find resources for that, or how do we help with that?
I ask them to appeal it, though it's a process and it's sometimes tedious, because if they can explain, let's say it was 10 years ago, they say they're not supposed to use it over a certain time frame.
Let me reiterate. It was because she was fleeing a domestic violence situation.
So I would look into VAWA, the Violence Against Women's Act, because there's certain things that cannot be used against them for that, and in appealing that, she has documentation that can help her with that.
She was in the Y.
There you go.
Okay.
Or my other suggestion would be going with a private landlord. Because a lot of times they will overlook those things. When you come to corporations, it's much harder to get through that red tape and get them to approve it. But when you bring up VAWA, they have to follow those guidelines. Okay. That's not an option.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I guess unless they involve legal services and just decided to make their own rules, but.
So you have organizations like CCJ and Legal Services of Eastern Michigan. They are literally working on getting those kind of things hidden or not affect, because once an eviction happens, literally it's almost impossible to get them out. So we feel good about
very challenging.
Our agencies that are at the state level advocating to do something about that. So we're aware of that, and we are working at that level too.
Anything else? No?
Talking to Mike.
Okay. Yeah, they the reason for a lot of them. I'm not talking about the people with the mental issues or the disabilities and stuff.
I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they play like a crutch, and then they throw the curveball at you. As well as because even the landlords with the housing crisis that happened during the COVID stuff, a lot of people became complacent in the last 2 days because they had that help. And it was, to me, speaking from a landlord point of view, it wasn't fair, you know, to them, because these people really had the means. They took advantage of it.
Agreed. I agree.
You know, however, on the flip end of it, yeah, it's the policies and stuff that a lot of that needs to change. We need to be speaking to the legislators.
I am constantly looking for loopholes in our policies and procedures, and I'm gotten really good at that. And where I can still pass audits and I can explain, because they tell me put it in your case notes, do this, and I train my staff to do the same thing, because if you can justify why you did what you did when they're looking at your paperwork, then they've been okay with it. But it's terrible that we have to take the time to do that when these people are truly really in need of services. And maybe they don't meet the HUD definition or the MSHA definition, but it's not saying they still don't need services. Just because, you know, I'm staying with my sister with my 5 kids, and I don't have 5 kids, and I'm not staying with my sister, but in the event that I was, doesn't mean I still don't need help, but I'm not considered homeless. I'm at risk of homelessness, so that deposit that first month's rent, because when you look at our categories 1, 2, and 4 of literally homeless, at risk of homelessness, and fleeing domestic violence, if they don't fit those categories, or they're on that thin line, you really have to know how, you have to be in.
You got to be savvy.
You do.
Crafty.
Yes, you really do.
You do. And another thing I wanted to ask you guys looking for places for them temporarily, do you guys like start partnerships with people maybe with Airbnbs and things like that, or that's high risk,
I have not went the Airbnb route. I know it was briefly mentioned before. And honestly, you don't hear about it too much in the city of Flint or in the Genesee County area, but it's definitely something to think about. I do have quite a few people, and the numbers seem to be rising, landlords or property managers that are doing rooms to rent, like boarding houses, transitional housing type things. And that's a huge help until you get to a woman with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 kids. So again, I'd really love for somebody to either I win the lottery or an organization to buy us a school where we can do different levels, a 3-level school or something where you have a different ring that meets each population and the needs of those populations, and you have all the services that come in and really assess what they need, whether it's budgeting classes. We had a street outreach verification for somebody the other day, $3,000 a month in income, sleeping in a 2020 vehicle. And when I started asking the questions, I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, I have to ask these questions. I said, this make sense to me. Is it that you need help with budgeting? Is it that you have an eviction? What is going on? And, well, I just can't get housing on my own. So how about we work towards getting you housing of your own and find a landlord that'll rent to you? Because if you take the time to go through these services for people that are experiencing homelessness, you're going to get denied because of your income anyways. You're a one-person household. Is it a gambling issue? Is it a drug addiction issue? Like, we can work through these things, but you've got to be honest with me. I don't sugarcoat it with them. I talk at the level that they're used to and that they know. And she was like, well, I've never had a case manager ask me that. I'm like, well, what do you mean? Like, you're coming to me with $3,000 income, sleeping in a car that's a little bit newer than mine. There's a problem here. So, and we get a lot of that. That's been a huge thing. I actually sent a huge email out when I was on the other side, when this first started, to our community partners saying, okay, like, there's more going on here. We really need to start asking these, because at the day that I sent that particular one in, and she still insisted I sent it in, that she was sleeping in her vehicle, there was 4 that I sent in with income or somewhere around that, and one was in a 2018, one was a 19, a 20, and a 22. Okay, make this make sense. Like, something's not right here. I almost felt like I was being shopped. Like, are we doing our job right? And which is fine. I ask all those questions and try to connect them to services. But again, the need is really high. And those evictions that Sarah caused, because if they lived in the same household or had the same last name, or the landlord was in the same house as the tenant, or whatever it was, and they wanted that money and they were manipulating the system, they got unnecessary evictions. And now they can really, they're, I have an eviction, but I really wasn't homeless. I shouldn't have had the eviction. So now it's coming out what their situation really was.
I have to say, too, as the COC, we are working to develop the relationships with the landlords, to your point. And then it sounds like you have a voice for policy. The Michigan Council Against Homelessness, Micah, you come on and bring your voice.
Even the governance application you just sent out.
Right. Yeah.
Are you familiar with our tiny home project that we're working on right now for veterans?
I heard a small part about that.
I can give you my card and give you some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
But yeah, so I'm definitely interested. I'll get your information.
Yeah.
Because I
We
started
need
with
that
you guys,
voice.
but it was a lot of barriers within that. As far as getting started and then licensing and all other kind of things.
I'll help however I can.
Okay.
And let me tell you this, because of what the great work that Missy and that team does, and Sarah, we did see in our pit count, we did see a 10% increase on a single night people experiencing homelessness. The state overall experienced 8%, so we're a little bit ahead of the state. But to your point, Sarah we're still getting ripple effects from that.
A lot.
It's reflected in.
I mean, we spent over $23 million in 1 year just in Sarah funds. And that wasn't including what G-Card spent. Yes. And she actually worked for G-Card for the Sarah program, and I was on the Catholic Charity side, so, yeah. Okay. Thank you all.
said, are we ready to get started? You can hear me? So this is for the live stream? Yeah. So no pressure or anything, you know. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. And I know a lot of the audience here, but I would like to go ahead and have everybody tell me your name, where you're from, and what you hope to get out of today's events. I'm going to start with you, Penny.
Good morning. My name is Penny Poplar. I'm from the Greater Flint Health Coalition. I am the director of our Flint Health Care.
Oh. He already told me. Look, I'm already failing step 1. I turned it on.
All right. Good morning. My name is Penny Poplar. I work at the Greater Flint Health Coalition. I am the director of our Flint Healthcare Employment Opportunities Program. And I'm just here to learn and gain more information as we are entering the housing realm and, you know, just trying to figure out how we best fit in the housing ecosystem.
Good morning. I'm Ann Rennie. I am the grants manager at Mott Community College, and I'm interested in this because I'm new to Mott and the community that I worked with. Before here, I actually was very involved in our housing crisis, so I'm interested what we do.
My name is Michelle Merritt. I'm a retired military officer. I am from Flint, so I decided to come home. So basically, I'm a glad finder. I'm gladly out finding information in the community, giving information to other people who are in need of that information. But basically, I'm retired, and just for familiarity, I'm here today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sherry Stapleton. I'm the executive director of Mothers of Joy Institute. I also sit on the board of our local COC as the chair of the fiscal work group. You have to say that a certain way. But my reason for being here is that I work with parents who are experiencing homelessness. That's one of the things that our organization works with, and to find out more about what Mott's barrier is for their students.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Humphrey. I am the COC coordinator at Metro Community Development, which is the lead agency for the COC, which is the continuum of care. I was in the bathroom while we were given this assignment. What's my role? I do a lot of different things for the COC. And the reason why I am here is to just kind of get a better grasp on the housing crisis in the city, in Genesee County. Honestly, a housing crisis for college students never crossed my mind, even though I was a broke college student, so I don't know why that never crossed my mind. So this really interested me, and that's why I'm here.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Madonna Jackson. I'm the Dean of the Technology Division at Mott Community College, and I'm here in support with Rebecca, but I'm also here because I have been able to successfully bring back the BCOM program, and I want to hear from the community where the needs are and make sure that we're successfully preparing our students to enter the space, because it's going to be a very large need. It is a large need.
Hello, I'm Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia. I'm president of Mott Community College, and I'm here to learn more about what my students are experiencing and what we can do to help.
Want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. I missed you. So I got everybody right. Oh, Aaron, Jeff, you good? Okay, we've got help in the back. Aaron and Jeff, thanks for all that you do. So I'm Rebecca Myzinski. Most of you are familiar faces to me. And I'm going to start with a little bit of my history so you know where my perspective comes from. So my clinical degree is physical therapy. I was the district physical therapist for Pontiac Schools for years. I started from early intervention, and it was a center-based program, so I worked with students to the age of 26. And I was the supervising therapist of all the therapies, PT, OT, and speech, so I was involved in the transitional planning on every phase from early on until they aged out at the age of 26. I'm a proud mother of a veteran that served for 8 years, and I am a mother that experienced a son that came home that lost many of his sons in service with 3 deployments, or any of his sons, his friends in service with 3 deployments, his friends that came back with disabilities, his friends that came back with minimal support to get back to civility, and a mom that has recognized our homeless population, 10% or more are our veterans. Our veterans have benefits. Our veterans have a GI Bill. Our veterans have vocational rehab benefits. They have resources available to them, but if they're homeless, they have no access to any of them. I worked in Flint as a home care physical therapist for almost 30 years now, on and off throughout my career. In that journey, I've served in the North End Flint, where I was in a home where we had a patient my age, who later I found out was the sister of one of my students at the time. I was the physical therapy assistant director at the time. And she had been on a ventilator with a trach, morbidly obese, with 12 grandchildren living in a home that was 800 square feet. I was teaching coughing techniques, positioning, basic vent care as it related to my role as a physical therapist. And as she would clear her vent, she would reach for dirty socks for the mucus because there was no toilet paper in the home. And I thought, what can we do better? And that actually was my catalyst to become the Dean of Health Sciences at the time, because that family lived 2 miles from the best community college in the state with everything accessible and available 2 miles away. I don't know where those children are today. And my student that was in the 2nd year of the PTA program, she did not finish the semester before graduation. And it was as simple as she lost her front teeth and she was embarrassed to serve her patients because her teeth were missing. You worked with her. You know who I'm talking about. Madonna comes from special populations. We get these students, we coordinate. That student did not finish. So we look at our housing crisis and we look at what's in it for students. Our first session, one of our brave students announced her name and in our nursing program, and she is homeless. She has housing now, and her journey was sobering. And when we do this and we do it better and we continue to connect with resources, she's agreeable to tell her story and mentor others because she was so brave to say, I am homeless right now. And you know what's amazing? She's a 4.0 student in our nursing program. She's got temporary housing where she had mentioned now where she's getting that stability. And this has been her journey in one of our most difficult programs in our institution, and she can't wait to pay it forward to tell us what her barriers have been and what we can do to help with students like her in need. Those of you that work for the college, we know that we have a student that barricaded himself into the bathroom to try to have some housing just in the last few weeks. And I asked, I said, where did that, or previously student, I said, where is the address? What are students doing? They're listing 1401 East Court Street. That's our college address. Because without an address, they don't have access. They don't have access to financial aid. So on the next slide, I went ahead and asked the people that work at the college that are in these key places, and the first is on our financial aid applications now, it asks, are you homeless or are you at risk of being homeless? And those that even were brave enough to put on there, because we know most don't, several don't report. I read all the data that your friend sent me. They're not likely to report and they're not likely to reach out for services. but those that answered that question in our 23-24 FAFSA, we have 30 students that reported that they are either homeless or have at risk of being homeless. And those are just those that reported. Zena is our director of financial aid. I'm like, we've got to do something. We've got to reach out. And she just was so gentle. Rebecca, this is confidential information. This isn't a list for advocation. This is a list that's reported to me. These are the federal guidelines, and these are not a list for us to be able to go and be proactive with that federal reporting on the financial aid. So then I run to admissions, and I'm like, Regina, did you know we have 30 students that reported that they're either homeless or at risk of being homeless? And by the way, what Zena told me is if they report that they are homeless and they don't have an address, they have no access to financial aid. Yeah. So where do we go? Oh, I forget we're on live stream, so, and I just turned that on. Yep.
All right, so I'll repeat the question. What is the reasoning for that person not getting financial aid if they list that they're having housing challenges? Is the reasoning they think they're going to do something nefarious with the student loan money, or what is how did they come to that determination that person wouldn't get the money?
So I asked the same question yesterday on what's the solution that they're eligible. It is a requirement that they have an address. So step one, we need to work with the financial aid system to see right there, right? And they just started asking this question from what I can tell in 2022. Oh yeah, Mike. I know, thanks, Jeff.
Well, there is a way. As Misty was talking in the other class, there is a place called One Stop Housing that offers a mailbox system if someone doesn't have a physical address.
Excellent. So that's why we're here today, One Stop Housing. So I appreciate that, because the next story I'm going to share is I'm going to paint a vision. Dr. Beverly, you've heard my vision, so you can with my, and I'm smiling because I heard grant people in here too. So one of the most impactful moments I've ever had working for Mott Community College was when they sent me to San Diego with a group called Strategic Horizons. And I have to tell you, I'm in the hustle and bustle of my day. It was, lots of travel with the time change and the 72 hours. And, poor me having to go to San Diego, right? And so I'm surrounded by all of these people with a mission of just student-centered, great colleges with great examples. And one of the tours that I got to do during that trip was I got the pleasure of going through the largest tent shelter at the time in San Diego. So San Diego was dealing with a lot of homelessness on the streets. It's a high, touristy town, and money was getting shifted to what can we do? Weather's beautiful. They don't have to worry a lot about heating and cooling. And what I witnessed that day will forever change my thinking moving forward on what I saw in the level of what I call co-op living in an entirely homeless population. So what they did is they had over 400 people off the streets. Basic rules: you're in by 8, you're not in by 8, you lose your bed. Everything brought in. There was security there to make sure that everybody was safe within the tent, nothing dangerous brought in, and nothing that could cause infestation. They took turns cleaning the facility. They had a day that they could do laundry. They had a shower schedule. When it came to meals, it was co-op meals and planning. And again, this was heavily generations, donations running this. They had a sense of community. During the days, they had activities from bingos to cards to had support services right in that parking lot. We were in a parking lot with Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous. And then they had social workers that were doing intake and telling stories where we found several of them were professionals that already had advanced degrees, that one life event happened and they were on the street. And once they didn't have an address, they don't have access to their Social Security benefits, they don't have access to their disability, they don't have access to basic needs like an identification of a driver's license. So I just found out that you've got the answer for that for our students. Thank you for that, and we will connect. So what they did is then the shelter connected with someone that had that mailbox address service and served as that liaison of you use this as your place to be able to register, get an ID, start getting your benefits. And I kid you not, 30% became housing ready in 6 months. That's huge statistics. Huge. Over 100 people off the streets housing ready. Well, we're in the space of education. So then I started the conversation with all the college administrators and faculty and staff, and I said, now where's the next step of making that accessible to training and education for those that are able, right? Not all would be able to, but for those that are able, where are the next steps that we either bring training to them or we bring them to us and we meet them where they are. So let me vision our students. Madonna, I love brainstorming with you. Just brainstorming, because we just have the best conversations and we just get talking, and it's like, what could we do? So I'm just going to share in this room when the palace got plowed over down in Auburn Hills. I'm like, you know how many people we could have housed. You know how many students we could have had in there. Even suites alone, and how that could have been a co-op housing model from sanitary to our students running the HVAC and the building and the construction and the maintenance and the electrical, our OTA students helping with basic needs. And gosh, we have a whole healthcare team that we could meet the needs right there, from basic needs to food and training. We could even have brought our classrooms right there. And guess what? I bet you anything, we could have then had them housing and job ready. Next step, right? Provide the basic needs. So those that have money in the room, we got lots of places in Flint that we would love, not only to house then our students, but then let's talk about the generational need of, let's go back to that house I went into with those 12 young kids, all in a home that small. Could you imagine if those kids were in an environment that I just painted, and that's where they're being early on exposed, and they see students that look like them in their mott shirts coming and fixing the facility, coming and treating whoever might be there as part of that family unit. And next thing you know, we've got a culture shift. We have that generation seeing a collaborative, cooperative, interdisciplinary team of skill set and occupations working together. And so I challenge that instead of us looking at Flint and saying first generation college students and our statistics of how many that don't go to college compared to the state data, that I want it to change to be the norm, that our students, those that don't go to college or training, that's the exception. And I want those to be, those that strike it rich and, self-employed and do it big, right? So start shifting the dynamics of those things. So I talked about my experience in K-12, and as the district physical therapist for a center-based program all the way through the age of 26, 30% of my caseload was in foster care. I had one child that was in 6 different homes within 1 year. At the end of the slide, I'm going to show you the homeless data in Genesee County, and we can tease it out to even those with disabilities. So when those students were aging out of the Pontiac school system, I would refer them to vocational rehab. And if they didn't get adopted within their foster care, they're homeless. I don't know what happened after that. And I'm afraid to follow up because it would probably make it to where I won't sleep at night. So we've got 76 students right now at Mott that we've identified that have aged out of foster care. And we have ways of knowing those that are in foster care and are on the verge of aging out. Another population that we need to look at is our college students that are needing additional wraparound services. Erin, you can go to the next slide. So I went to the Family Life Center yesterday, and I said, I'm coming in. I'm homeless. Guide me. What are we doing? And so on the link there, we don't need to click that one, Erin. That's the link to our Life Center. These slides will go out, I'm assuming, to the group afterwards. And underneath is the housing list. And I want to know if you're on here because if not, we need to add you as a resource. And what is the name of your Mothers of Joy Institute? Oh, I didn't have the mic. So I asked where her organization is, and it's Mother of Joy. So we need to connect you, right? Because you just provided a valuable piece of bridging that gap. So thank you. So they get this list. We have social workers. I asked the social work, and Carla Clark is the administrator of this building, and I said, give me an idea on how you've counseled. And she said to me, Rebecca, many of them that are struggling with homelessness, they're not coming to me. But those that do, I can tell you last year we spent 240 social work hours just working on basic needs. And then when I say basic needs, I'm talking food, transportation, shelter, and that's just those that come forward. We had 240 dedicated to those services. We can go back to the slides, Erin. And so, meeting the needs, yes?
Okay, I wanted to ask this. At another college, they had a system put in place during COVID, where other students who may have went through a mentor program that were able to connect with other students to help keep track of them.
Right.
Does Mott have that?
So for a mentor program right now, we have our social work interns that are helping. Oh, I don't need that. Duh. I'm double. Sorry, those aren't. They probably got a double echo. So we discovered during COVID where were our biggest needs. And so we have our social work intern students that are directly helping at the Family Life Center, serving as student mentors and resource advocates for students that, again, are willing to come forward and ask for assistance. Yeah. So we can do more, though. There's more, way outside of that, where we know we have students, and we have great groups like our Nursing Honor Society that will then go in similar mentorship models, not so much addressing the homelessness, but strategies for success for students are mentoring others. But the social work ones were specifically to help align with basic needs and those types of things with the supervision of the social worker. So I have the privilege of serving on the Flint Flint Healthcare Employment Opportunities board, and I've worked with Penny Poplar for years on looking at our healthcare students. I was the Dean of Health Sciences previously to my role now, and always looking at what we could do in that space too to help with local healthcare needs. We just heard how many people are leaving Flint. We need to make sure that we have a streamline of healthcare providers within Genesee County. And if you could click on the link, Erin, and Penny, I'm going to give you a mic. If you could talk about the survey you created.
So this year, Greater Flint Health Coalition has started delving into the housing crisis, just to try to figure out how we can help, how we can be a part of the housing ecosystem. So there was a couple things that we've done. We actually listened to some of the organizations in the community that are doing great work. Just want to make sure we don't duplicate services or step on anyone's toes. We've also researched other communities in the state of Michigan and then also in other states. As Rebecca had mentioned, going to San Diego and California, other states are doing great things in those areas. And then our last piece was to actually figure out what our community members need and are interested in. So we put out a housing survey tailored towards those that are interested in working in healthcare. And so the lady mentioned earlier, right, about prevention. And so this is our way of providing that way to prevent people going to housing by providing them education and also training in the field that they're interested in so they will be able to grow. And linking it to an industry in Flint that we definitely need more people to go into that particular industry. And so we sent out a survey partnering with our educational institutions in the area, also our healthcare partners, McLaren, Hurley, Genesis, GHS, and a few other entities. We were able to send this out to people that work in healthcare because not only we want to kind of figure out what our healthcare crisis is, but also how can we keep people in Flint? How can we move them here and make our community or more well-rounded? And so we were able to come up with this survey. We were looking at what type of homes are people interested in. Do they want single-family homes? Do they want multi-family homes? Should we provide transitional homes for those that are in between housing, as the lady mentioned earlier, having something like that for those are going to short-term training that once they complete, they'll be able to find their own housing. What are the amenities they're looking for? Of course, we want safe environment, daycare environment, things of that nature, and what can they afford? You know, what are affordable costs and what are their incomes? So this particular survey, that's what this includes. We're still working on gathering data, and hopefully in the next month or so before the end of the year, we'll be able to conclude our survey and be able to figure out how we fit in and how we can help our community. So,
thank you. So, I have it, Jeff. Probably gets really loud back there. And so as we were talking about transitional housing, I'm going to segue into another population that we know are at risk of needing housing, support, mentorship, and if they don't have a trade or a skill or a degree, and those are those that are incarcerated and coming out of that system. So I had the pleasure of conferring the degrees at the Thumb Correctional Facility. We have 3 programs we offer there: social work, substance abuse, tech, and a business management degree. These are small classes, small groups. We had 9 graduates. I've never seen this in all the years that I've worked with graduates. All 9 had honors cords. And I thought, what were those keys to success? They had housing. They weren't competing, working midnights, getting to work. They knew where their next meal was coming from. And they had developed a sense of community amongst themselves of those that were degree seeking. And so I'm going to call on you, Madonna, on sharing your vision, because I'm fortunate to work with people with passion in so many areas, and I love hearing all that you have to say in this area.
Thanks, Rebecca. So I have a vision for working, so for years I worked in student services, and one of the groups under Perkins legislation that were able to receive services through special populations was the formerly incarcerated or criminal justice impacted group of individuals who come back. And unfortunately, we didn't see a lot of success with that group of students because they would share it's so much easier to go back, right? So life out here is hard. Rebecca said they had food, they had housing, they had jobs that they worked for inside when they were in the prison. And when they come out, even if they've been in for 5 years, when they come out, they're coming out to a world that's very different than the world that they left. Many times they don't have the support of family. They don't have the support of the society, and that's something I'm very passionate about because they've gone in, they've paid their debt to society. And in Genesee County, how many of our young African American men and women have been incarcerated for crimes that are nonviolent? But yet they come out and they have a stigma. They have that question on the job application about a felony. That's a barrier right there. So how do we help prepare them to be successful as they come out? My vision is to see going into the prison and talking to them about not only the 3 programs we have there, but getting them prepared to enroll in college as soon as many of them go to halfway houses. As soon as they hit that halfway house, they're ready to enroll in the college and they're ready to enroll in a trade. With the trades and apprenticeships, unlike healthcare, there's not state regulations and tests that they have to be able to pass where that's a barrier for them. We have such a need as we're finding today in even the housing, where we need to fix our housing. We can train people to do the housing, build the housing. That's part of bringing back the BCom program at the college so that we can have this pipeline of talent. We have electricians. We need people. And back when Engler was in office, he would pay businesses to take on formerly incarcerated individuals. It was a tax break for them. And we're seeing some of that conversation come back. So my vision is to help prepare the individuals. I have a sister-in-law, and she gets out of prison, and she hangs around for a little while, and the next thing I know, she's stole something again at Walmart, and intentionally gotten herself caught, because she will say it's easier to go back because I know where my food's coming from, and I know that I have a roof over my head. So I think that we can really help prepare for needs we have in this community if we reach out and reduce stigma, and that way they don't go back, and they're helping to rebuild Flint and Genesee County.
Oh, it's such a hard habit. You can go ahead and click the next slide, Erin. If you can click on the bottom link. So the top link is a state data website of all the homelessness in the state of Michigan. It captures data K through 12. And remember, in special needs districts, we have students up to the age of 26. But I pulled out Genesee County's data. And I just want you to look at that for a second. And mind you, and when you go on the other link, you can see how many of those were in kindergarten through 12th grade. And to think of that kindergartner not knowing where their next meal is going to come from and where they were going to sleep that night. And I talked to the district, the superintendent at Commerce Ainsworth yesterday, and I said, I just looked at your data. We were at another meeting. I said, tell me, what are you doing? What are the needs? And she said, Rebecca, we have Band-Aids. We provide gas cards. We provide food cards. We can do temporary assistance, but it's a Band-Aid. And the need is so great. And so this is our community data. And the link above it, when you get this, you can look through and break that down from disability to race, the demographics of anything you want to see. It's comprehensive data. As we're talking about K-12, we can go back here and just to the main slide. So as we're talking about K-12, Madonna, Penny, and I are so fortunate that we serve on the Perkins 5 Executive Planning Committee, which is a funding source for a lot of our occupational programs. And one of the easiest things that we didn't even think of, getting back to basic needs, transportation. So when lots of us in this room were in high school, we went to the summers to our high school and we had free driver's ed. It was a course. And our teachers taught. I had 3 kids in driver's ed at once. And thank God I had a good job because it wasn't cheap. And when they had to get their driver's test, I had to show that my car was good and every light was working and that my car wasn't insured. How many of our students are able to have those kind of luxuries to even get basic as a driver's license? I'm going to hand it to you again. So Madonna and I hear this. Oh. No, it's your vision. I'm like, it's your.
So when we were at the Perkins legislative meeting last month, I was sitting next to an individual from the Michigan Department of Corrections, I think. But anyways, I was talking to him about how simple this would be. We have students who can't get a license, they can't get a car, they can't go get groceries, they don't have bus passes, so all of these things because they can't afford driver's training or they don't have access to a working vehicle. So Dale's office sent out a request for proposals for grants, and I have submitted one for driver's training because I think that we could do driver's training at the college and it would be a huge benefit. And I think that we could provide this to, do a pilot, if nothing else, and, maybe if we have some police cars that are being retired, we could use those. And so I have somebody who would like to share the mic, so I'm going to hand it over happily.
Remember I just said that I went to a school that had this whole thing. Northwestern High School has a whole area that the school is not being utilized, but in the back part, that was our driver's training area. Why don't they utilize those for this particular, so that you're not like rebuilding a thing. It's already there. If it's already available, utilize it. I mean, it won't be hard to clean the grounds, right? I mean, seriously. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah. I remember the whole break park.
So does that not just show the importance of us being in a room right now? So these are the things, the collaboration of what we can do now that will help bridge the gap of then ultimately what ends up in homelessness without transportation, without basic needs, without being able to get to employment. So the last area that I want to talk about where I'm going to just smile, and I love ending this on a great note because our international program and our study abroad is booming. But I talked to Jessica Esperanza, our director of that area, and not only is it a mutual exchange for students to come here, but for us to send students abroad. And I'm like, Jessica, what can we do better? Where's the biggest need? And it's not, money's great, don't get me wrong, but it's short-term housing for host homes. So we start getting into all this conversation of what a host home environment would look like, and then you just got to pause. What model could we do for our own students that are right here in Genesee County with that concept of a host home, and what would that look like to make sure it's a fit, it's a match with appropriate guidelines, right? Similar to what I described, that tent shelter of, what's coming in and out of the home, you have to be here by 8, you have to be in good academic standing, you got to show up to class. What would that look like? And if it wasn't a match, what do we do then to have intervention to help make sure that it's successful for everybody? I come from healthcare. There's a student issue in the clinical. We immediately get involved. If it's enough to where we have to get to another clinical site, we have processes in place. And so I start thinking about all of these best practices of what we've done, what we could do, and I just want to just continue to think about what that might look like for a host home environment. And I've had so many faculty throughout the years ask me, can I take in students? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. And right? Like because if that's the instructor, how complicated that could get with an appeal process or this, or, oh, I want them to graduate, so they're, so there's dynamics there that we would need to make sure that we look at, make sure that we're always in an unbiased situation if that's an extension of some of the needs of our students. So I wanted to just mention that. I do want to say another story where a student, and we found housing. So when I was the PTA program director, Madonna, you might have worked with the student too. You had to get to the clinic every day by 8 o'clock. Otherwise, tardiness, not acceptable. You had to get to class. Lab was like a clinical. And she'd come in every day between 8:20 and 8:30. And she was darker skinned, so I couldn't tell until I was working with her that she was bruised and was getting beaten. And I don't know if you helped, because I was amazed at Ma on how quickly we got resources. And this student was willing to get into a shelter with her 3 children. But her story to me was, Rebecca, I can't leave. If I don't finish this program, I can't feed these babies. So this is a short-term beating for a long-term gain. Right. So then again, stars aligned, there was immediate housing available, and she was willing to leave that situation. And that student graduated and is now able to feed her 3 children. And so those are the stories that I can share with you. I could tell more. You got to turn on.
There's a complication. Going back to what you said earlier about our financial aid office saying that if a student doesn't have an address, they can't access financial aid. Can they use our address as their address? But if they do, does that
I
do
don't know.
something in the system to kick them out if they have the same address as the college?
That's a subgroup after this that I think we need to really examine. And now we have a possible solution.
Well, and I appreciate that, but I'm also thinking that to steal a page out of that book, the Family Life Center used to have its own address before it became part of our campus. Could we reconstitute that address and make that an address that they could have on campus, and then have if there's somebody that staffs it, could we have mailboxes there?
I don't know. I just discovered this yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So this is a conversation I found out yesterday morning, preparing for this presentation. So I would love to have those conversations and to see what those options are. And then to have a list of here's addresses, again with mentorship and direction to make sure that that student's currently enrolled, in good academic standing, right? Like all of those criteria that I talked about before. So sounds like we've got work ahead of us. And so I'm going to close with asking the group to consider where your spot is, where our needs are, where we need to collaborate, where we can mentor a student. And I asked the last student in the group, Mike, those that are not disclosing, how do we find out that information? Those of you that work for Mott, we know we're in the space with the Diploma Equity Project. Students tell their story, they're talking. It's not a survey, which don't get me wrong, surveys capture, but they're not capturing it all. And the more we're connecting with coffee, with lunch, with student mentorship, these details will come out naturally, comfortably. And so wherever we have those opportunities to mentor, to connect, to have fellowship, I encourage you to continue on where this space would be and what that means for not only our current students, but those that are re-entering the workforce, coming out of foster care. All of those buckets are veterans coming out of the service. All of those buckets that we know are at barriers that need additional assistance.
Rebecca, and the rest of the group, the other day I was looking on social media and I saw a post by a social worker friend of mine, and it talked about, so here in this room, we've been talking about the very low income, the people who don't have an address or a resource, but this post was near and dear to me because I think so many people can relate to it. She said that she had been poor and without anything, and she had lived with a salary over $100,000. But the place that she didn't ever want to be again was the middle class, because she was always one thing away. She had a house, but she made too much money for benefits. She was able to, when she was wealthy, she was fine off, but when she was poor, she had food stamps and she had access to resources. But when she made $35,000 a year, which was just enough to keep her head above water, she struggled because she couldn't give resources. So I think that as we have brainstorming sessions and we talk about next steps and we reflect on what we heard this morning about those people who are one step away, one leak in their roof, a boiler going out, their heater going bad, how do we support them as well? Because they don't get the access to resources. So it was just something that came to mind because I read it and I was like, I have to agree with her. I never want to be middle class again, like 35, 45,000.
Yeah.
It's a hard spot.
Yeah, and getting back to the sense of community with collaborative resources, you know. I loved watching the housing presentation this morning and all that, so much that was subsidized. Well, where does that come outside of housing, right? Because housing's one part of basic needs. You know, we've got a model that I was just so impressed with the data that was presented, but at the same time, the great need of 7,000 houses. Let's keep that building construction program going. So he's going to give you the mic. Oh, in the back.
I was like, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. But I believe it's leadership deficiency. It's a leadership deficiency to be having this discussion, because I'm from Flint, but I'm older. So I grew up in the Flint that did not have any poverty. Like, I didn't even know poverty until I moved away from Flint. And I know that Flint's got everything, or has had everything, to pull itself up by the bootstraps. But the things through time have deteriorated. So we've all taken psychology classes where they talk about Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And clearly your discussion is falling into that realm. But as I stated before, coming out of the military, it is a leadership deficiency for any one of your people to be experiencing anything. That, you know, everybody needs food, everybody needs water, everybody needs shelter. You know, these are just common things if you want people to be successful. So, you know, there are other people who are going to be speaking later on today. But why is there homelessness when the land bank's got over 14,000 properties on it? You know, we need to be having interactions and solving those problems so we, as a community, we can move forward and accomplish bigger and better things instead of talking about the things that clearly as working professionals we should be already, you know, solving.
And I hope that the summit's a launch for those wonderful conversations, and we're all leaders in this room. Whatever our titles are, we're all leaders. So as we take that, what is our step and what's our next direction? So I think I'm closing. Yep. Okay. Any further questions? Otherwise, we'll end the session. Or any input? Oh, thank you. Oh, you didn't introduce yourself, did you? Okay, you get to do that now.
Hi, my name is Azari. I'm a stand. My name is Azari Spearman, and I am currently a Mott Community College student. And I was listening to what I heard everyone say and speak on, and all of those are valid, but there is a barrier also for the dynamic of the division of multicultural affairs that is happening right now with conflicts with felonies, misdemeanors, different things from, and I am a product of foster care. And so growing up in foster care, we didn't get those hi-yas. We didn't get those pats on the back. We didn't get those, you should be proud to be who you are. And so a lot of us are coming from survival. And we're entering into a place now where real life is taking place. And I have felonies. So for me, I'm in that middle stage where I'm no longer that same young, insecure, need to be seen, aggressive person. But because my name perceives itself, when I walk into a room, they love me until they see my background. They're willing to give me housing, and then they look at what I did when I was a teenager, when I was trying to survive, when I was a teen mom in high school, homeless, and needed to feed my baby, so I chose to steal out the store because I grew up an orphan and didn't have that support. And so they see that on my background, and they say, oh, we can't rent to you. It's not that I didn't qualify. It's not that I didn't have 2 jobs and worked my butt off, but it's because my name was attached to something that was no longer me, and I wasn't offered the benefits of the doubt. And so that creates a housing shortage. It's not just about empty houses and houses that are being neglected. It's about people that are looking at you and choosing to judge you based off of what they see on a piece of paper. For the longest time, I thought I wasn't worthy. I thought I didn't mean anything. And so I acted that way. Well, now I'm entering rooms where I want to be seen, and I want people to have a voice and to be able to navigate life without being judged or afraid to change something And we don't get those opportunities. I get assistance, but that's only from the government. When I walk into a room and I say, hey, I want to fill out this application for this opportunity for housing, and they say, okay, and then they say, well, we need a credit check, and we need a background check. Everything looks good, but the background check comes back and they say, well, you don't qualify. So now I'm back to living in the car, doing exactly what I was doing to survive the first time.
Wow.
Where do we prevent barriers for people like me that are afraid to step out and say, hey, I have this, but that's not who I am.
Wow.
This felony is attached to my name, but that's no longer the person I am. And get that chance to have housing, because I have the income. Now I have 3 children, and I can't find housing. So now I'm stuck in a house where, oh God, it is falling apart. And I can't say anything. I have to tuck my tail and stay there because at least I have a roof over my head.
Wow.
I can't speak up because at least my kids got something to eat at night. That's not fair for those of us that want to change when we're not being afforded the opportunity to be seen as change.
You are so brave for sharing your story. Wow. Wow. And thank you for that. And how impactful. And I don't know what our expungement fears would do and for what levels. I know there's efforts in that at our Family Life Center. But how brave. And thank you.
I just want to expound back on that. How brave. Thank you. And organizations like mine are working with expungement. We stand in the gaps for youth. I'm a parent education program that works directly with families, specifically mothers. So they're in the process. I know that don't help you right now, but when you have someone that'll stand and say, she's been a part of this program and she's been working this and she's been doing this and she's doing this, somehow that has some type of leverage. You're not alone. I just needed you to hear that, okay? You welcome.
Wow. Okay, you guys, this is so powerful. So just the connections, I know. So this is just one day of us taking time to address something so impactful. So however we continue this work, because I know you'll be connecting, we're going to be connecting, right? I connected from the last group. And as we continue to hear the stories, continue to be a champion for this work, continue to be brave for your voice. I know I don't even have to ask you if you'd be willing to sit on a student panel or anything like that, right? You're like, hear my voice. So that's just, I have no words to your story except for wow, and how can we do better? And thank you for being here and being you today without the history that follows you that no longer defines you. So with that, I'm going to close the session. We're a few minutes over. Thank you for attending. Leanne, we'll be looking to you for money. And everyone, have a great lunch.
So we're going to get started. I want to give special thanks to the breakout session presenters. If you would give them some affection, that would be nice. I don't think all of them were able to stay for lunch, but we really appreciate them taking the time to put their content together and share that information that we can now think about and hopefully act on in different ways. My next thank you is to the folks who are just coming in the room back there. So we have Chef Denise and her A-team. So they are, as you know, you're in Mott's Culinary Arts Institute. Chef Denise is one of our faculty, and these are all students in the program. And we also have Ms. Stock with us as well. So give them one more round of applause. Thank you. I also want to thank our media services folks who've been faithfully manning the electronics. That would be Jeff and Steven. Go ahead and say hello to them. And Jeff, how many unique individuals have watched us on live stream so far? Almost 100 people are watching from home. So, and then Crystal Croft represents the business division. She also moves walls, literally. And then before I introduce our panel moderator, we are coming to the conclusion of Mott Community College's 100th anniversary. Did everyone know about this? 100 years old. I chaired the committee, and now I feel like I'm 100. So we've got some surprises for you all. Before you arrived, we had Valerie, who's our work study student, put some little sticky notes under, I think, 4 chairs. And so if you're sitting in a chair that had, on their programs. Oh, okay. If you have a sticky note on the back of your program that says winner, winner, chicken dinner, you are going to get one of these fabulous centennial gift boxes made in our Fab Lab at Mott Community College. I have one here. The other 3 are back by Stephen on the corner. So we have a winner right up front. You get this one. All right. So without further ado, as she walks out the door, I'm happy to invite up Emily Dorr, who is, let me make sure I get her title correct here. Emily Dorr is our director, or is the director of planning and development at the city of Flint. A relatively new position, but she has a long history of working in this field of housing and homelessness and other capacities. She's agreed to lead this panel discussion, which will include both consumers of services and also providers. So please welcome Emily.
Thanks so much for having me. I just wanted to have, before we get started, we could have like 3 or 4 people. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I wanted to have a little icebreaker for a second to say that we want to hear from you. What have been your aha moments for this morning? So if like 2 or 3 of you, even 4, could just stand and use the microphone and say something that you learned or heard said this morning, or maybe had a realization, just to try to hear some of your feedback before we get started. So somebody, come on. I know a bunch of you are bold. Come on. That's right, Karma.
Moment. Okay, my aha moment was during the, I forget what we called it, a housing resource. And we're doing away with low-income housing, period, where people back in the 60s were pushed into these housing projects. I'm happy about that. It's going towards more affordable housing, so they will be able to live with everyone else instead of being stuck in a little corner of the community. I didn't realize that the land bank sold to, when they sell their homes, it's to 65% of home ownership, contrary to a lot of people believe that it's investors. So that's the smaller portion. The other portion is those people who buy homes for family members. So I think our perception is wrong, and we should realign our minds with the current data.
Okay, one more person from over here. Somebody. Thank you.
Hi. Well, Misty was the person that, and the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm being a little transparent. What I learned is that sometimes people that are in the field do a whole lot of the work, right? But they are not given the accolades that they need for what they have done and what they continue to do tiredly and effortlessly over a course of time. Missy was my case manager when I first went into, when I became homeless. And I'm expressing that because somebody needs to understand that just because life happens, it doesn't mean that you can't recover from it. I am the executive director of a nonprofit that now helps families deal with the same things that I went through. And I wanted to publicly tell Misty, thank you. And thank you for helping my parent in Shiawassee County. But sometimes we need to do that for one another.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. It was beautiful. So now we can start our panel. I appreciate all the comments. I think it's really important to hear your feedback and make sure that everyone in the room can be sharing. This panel is full of both practitioners and people who have actually been living a lot of the experiences we're talking about today. So I'll have each of them introduce themselves, and then we will start with some discussions. But yes, if we wanted to start, we'll start over here and work to our left.
Good afternoon. I am Jim Perlacki, Executive Director of Genesee County Youth Corporation, formerly known, and we just changed our name, and now we're the Reach Resource Services.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stevie Atkins, CEO of Wellness Services in Flint.
I don't have a title, so I'm going to make one up. Okay. Hello, I am Azari Spearman, Mott Community College student, mother, and soon to be housed. There we go.
Keep this one up.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Katie Baxter, CEO of Catholic Charities of Shiawassee and Genesee Counties, and I am the fortunate one to be a partner with Misty, who's on our team, and she's our housing director. We are the housing assessment and resource agency for both Genesee County and Shiawassee, among other kinds of things that we do in the community. So I'm happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Stamp, and I am a representative of the VA. I work with a program called HUD-VASH, which assists veterans to get housing, whether it be transitional housing, whatever type of housing it is that they are seeking. I have extensive background, over 40 years in the housing field, and if a person wants to try to purchase a house, I will try to help them connect to all the resources for that. Within the HUD-VASH program itself, though, we provide case management with our housing program. We use the Flint Housing Commission to get vouchers for veterans if that's what they want, for basically Section 8 housing. And then I help them to identify where they want to live. We do treatment plans with the veterans, and what I do is I try to help the veterans through those treatment plans, set their goals, objectives. It's veteran-centered, whatever they want to do. I want to help that person to empower themselves to help them move forward.
My name is Lance Tibbs. I don't have any title like some of my colleagues here, but I'm a product of homeless to housing. I was homeless 2 years. I didn't know anyone in this town. And contrary to what people say about this town, this is a lovely town. But you must experience it. You know, you cannot go by word of mouth. If you go by word of mouth, you're going to bring up the water crisis. And we don't want to go there. But I'm honored to be on this panel, and I'm deeply honored to be able to speak on the subject in which we're speaking of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We're so pleased to have you. So first of all, funding. I just wanted to hear some thoughts on if we wanted, specifically, do you feel in terms of there's a lot of money out there, there's lots of funds, and yet there's still all these issues. So I would love to just have some comments around, do you think that there are some recommendations or ideas for changing some of the funding opportunities based on what you were trying to do to actually help people? What are some of the impediments that you see that maybe could help inform those of us that are trying to get funds out into the community? Whoever wants to start.
I've experienced that a lot of and I'm speaking primarily of men because my relationship with homeless women is kind of touch and go. But with men, I have learned that, first of all, it's mental. It's a mental incapability that I think everyone that's human, it touches them. It may not be to the same degree, yet we all have a touch of it. I have found that homeless men do not react to resources that's available to them because the agency from which they're dealing with or the shelter from which they live, they reside, does everything. And what happens is, let's say I get this guy apart, get him set up for an apartment, do all the paperwork. Once he moves in, I have learned that when he gets mail in his mailbox, he puts it in the drawer. He expects the agency to do everything. And I'm not going to say they're trained this way. This is what happens.
I'd love to hear some of the agency responses to that. That's a very, I would love to hear that. Yeah.
It's common.
Yeah.
It is common.
Yeah.
Now, the complex I lived in, my father lived in it. He died. And they made me leave. But before I left, I submitted an application. Now, I'm living at the shelter. That was my address. You think I'm going to wait around for the shelter to do everything? Nothing will ever get done. I'm a number. You know, look, the whole thing is being able, I got to stand up. The whole thing is being able to accept responsibilities for yourself. I had a saying, just because you are homeless, you don't have to look it. You know, I have a friend today, he's still in the shelter. And he was in the shelter 2 years before I got here. This guy has a working bank account that he doesn't keep. He doesn't let get under $5,000. If it's $4,900 something, he makes arrangement to get it back up to $5,000. Now that's a working account. That's nothing to do with the account that he has that his grandfather left him to buy him a house. This guy is still homeless. Don't tell me it's not up there. And
Thank
he's
you.
white.
Thank you, Lance. So I'd love to hear some of the agency responses to. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your candidness and thank you. Personal responsibility is definitely something that oftentimes lacks in the population that we serve. My agency particularly serves young people. We're a youth serving agency, so we have programs for 10 to 25 years old. And the funding question that you ask, Emily, none of us is going to sit here and say we don't like the funding that we get. We love the funding that we get. You know, we appreciate greatly the funding that we get. We wish there was more. The issue oftentimes with governmental funding is the restrictions that go with that government funding. And it's not just on us. You know, I'm looking at Anthony sitting here shaking his head. You know, he has to administer the ESG program for the county, and he has to make sure that I comply with all of the restrictions that I have. But he also has his level of restrictions coming from the funding source. So it's all the levels of restrictions that come with those dollars that get passed down from player to player that kind of bind our hands to be able to holistically meet the needs of not just the youth but their whole family. And the need exists for dollars that don't have the levels of restrictions that governmental dollars have that allow you to be innovative and creative and treat people differently than a system that Lance talks about, that number, where you can just really invest into them personally as they go through their journey.
Thank you, James. Any other of our agencies that wanted to chime in?
Well, I just want to add to that. I agree with what Jim's saying, and thank you, Lance, for sharing those experiences. I do think that we could do better in the areas of providing enough case management, if that's the right word, but supports for people so that whether it's mental health issues or it's substance abuse issues or it's employment, education, what are the needs that the person's experiencing at the time, like Jim says, to walk them through that journey. I think there's a need for more of that. I think our community works really hard to serve people, but there are not enough dollars and resources and sometimes hiring staff. So we have a lot of challenges. We also have a lot of opportunities. So I think it's really important to have some innovative approaches to help people to make changes and to live independently and to be autonomous and be successful. And I'd love to hear Cherise talk about her story, and it's hopeful, and we know people can, you know, people go through hard times, and with supports, things can be better. So I think I'd like to see in the funding realm additional supports to help people with those needs they have to like I said, to live healthy, happy, independent lives.
There are men in shelters with incomes. You know, no matter what it is, it's SSI, disability, whatever. They have an income. They don't even know it. That's right. They know it, but they're not aware that it's considered income. So when someone comes along, tells them this and tells them that, you know, it's kind of weird, because maybe I'm going to get off the subject a second, but the illiteracy rate in this town is high. And I don't know how any community could afford to let the schools, the neighborhood schools, get out of the neighborhood. That's a formula for death. Plus, it's generational. I blame it on the school. There's no reason that these kids should be bussed out to the city of Flint, and they spend more time on the damn school bus than they do in a classroom. Come on. You know this. You know this. And that's getting off the subject, but we'll get back to what
Thanks.
we'll get back to.
So I did want to hear.
Generational.
I did want to hear Stevie. I know there was the panel is housing needs of special populations. I would like to hear some of the experiences that you have at Wellness Center, Wellness, and being able to provide services for your population. Would love to hear that.
Thank you. So full transparency, we do not receive housing dollars. So this is coming from an organization that assists people with accessing housing dollars. And I think the point that Jim made about the barriers that exist or the restrictions that are created when we are attempting to access funding can be really challenging for people. In the HOPWA program, which is Housing Opportunities for People with AIDS, one of the restrictions often for TBRA is $550, all bills paid. So like, explain to me where we're gonna find that in habitable, safe housing for an individual living with HIV. And for us, housing is healthcare, right? Like that's the foundation in which they get to build off of, you know, growing roots and finally getting to the point where they can access healthcare and kind of grow from there. And so some of the restrictions that we find are just, they're barriers that are created that I think don't need to exist. Or we need to reevaluate, you know, what worked pre-COVID isn't working mid-COVID, right? And so continuing to look at the barriers that we're creating as funders and as housing organizations and kind of addressing those directly and head on, hearing from people with lived experience about how this is impacting them, I think is really important moving forward.
Thank you. Elizabeth, do you mind kind of chiming in on, I know with veterans are across the board, we probably have veterans who come to each and every one of you, but since that's what you work with, what do you find in terms of whether it's the funding to help them or restrictiveness, or even where do we find the right type of housing?
Okay, so we use the housing first model, which basically if a person, for example, has any type of substance abuse problem or other, and they're trying to go through recovery, then we don't tell somebody that they have to go through a recovery program. We work to motivate people to, again, reach their own goals that they develop, because most people that are in social work know that you are not going to be able to push somebody to do something if they don't want. Okay? So I've been thankful to be working with a number of organizations in the community, Catholic Charities, Communities First, a variety of landlords who I've talked to extensively about how to modify different variables that might impede a person from getting housing, getting into housing, and maintaining that housing stability. We work with, I work with lots of different landlords in this area, and for example, I've been able to work with landlords in terms of helping people to maintain stability. If they feel for some reason a person that isn't fit for their community for some reason, and they want to evict somebody, I will go to the landlord and I will ask them not to do an eviction, that I will try to find alternate housing for that person, which I'm usually able to because of the amount of time that I've worked in the community and the landlord connections that I've made over the last decade that I've worked around this area, to help a person easily reintegrate back into another housing situation that is possibly, hopefully, more suitable for them, and that they may be able to maintain permanent housing in. But saying that it takes a community to be able to do this, I've met a lot of, again, different landlords that have been most helpful in terms of me getting veterans to live in their communities. They will go to their management and try to help me to get veterans housed, people that might have different types of felony backgrounds. I'm working with CHIA right now to try to help them to start a program. They have worked in the past housing the public, primarily people that have been, for example, justice impaired. So I have been trying to work with Dr. Wells Strozier through CHIA to assist to get veterans into the housing that she has available through that nonprofit, and try to assist the veterans to get their needs met through these types of organizations and programs that are available in the community. Communities First has housed our veterans. We were looking, for example, to possibly work with them to get project-based housing for veterans. We haven't done that yet, but we're still working at it as far as I know. We're just always, I'm always trying to create opportunities in the community. That's why I'm here today. I try not to skip a beat in terms of reaching out to anybody that is interested in assisting to help veterans solve our solution or solve our problems to the housing issues that they have.
Thank you. Azaria, do you want to tell us a little bit your recent story? And we're so excited for you. We'd love to have you share.
Hello again. My name is Azari. Um, I am a product of homelessness several times. I was a foster kid. I got put in foster care at a very early age. And coming through foster care and then aging out of the system as a ward of the state at 21, I caught my first felony when I was 17 years old. I was diagnosed with mental health issues when I was about 14, 15 years old. Um, I was a product of a child not being heard, and so I acted out instead. And so when I caught my first felony, I was also a teen mom. It was very hard to get housing. I spent the last 8 months of high school living in a park. I wore the same clothes every single day, but I graduated because I was told I could not. And so pushing forward, I decided, thank you, thank you. Pushing forward, I decided that that's who I was. I decided that I was a convicted felon. I decided that I was a problem. And I took on that identity. And I remember a lady saying to me, the power to label equals the power to define, and it equals the power to control. And I did not understand that concept until I got a little older. Well, going into adulthood, obviously, I had more children. And so I was 25 years old, and I'm going from job to job to job. I can't hold housing. I was living in my car at the time for about 8 months with my children. This is me being totally transparent. Nobody called CPS on me. However, I was working 2 jobs, and my kids were in the car, and nobody knew it. And so I would come out of work, and I would pretend I was a smoker. And so I would come out of work, and I would say, I need a smoke break so I could go check on my children. And I dealt with that struggle. Because I was a convicted felon, nobody wanted to help me. Nobody wanted to house me. And so I took on the mentality that I was worthless. And so pushing forward, I remember, now that you say it, Misty was a blessing because I moved back to Flint. I was all over the place in foster care. And I was homeless several times. And I remember moving back to Flint, and I couldn't find housing. This is in 2020. I couldn't find housing. And I finally found a landlord, a slumlord, I should say, that was like, oh, I'll put you up in housing if you get this amount of rent. He didn't ask me for my social. He didn't ask me for a background. I said, I'm on it. Well, during that time, God is so amazing.
All the time.
I just got to say that.
All the time.
During that time, I was living in a home, and I don't know if you remember me, but I was living in an apartment, and I was working 3rd shift. I had cameras all around my house because at the time, I was leaving my children by themselves. And I would go to work because I didn't have the adequate amount of childcare. And I just had a lot of people, you're a bad mom, you shouldn't do that, that's not safe, blah, blah, blah. Well, in 2021, May 29th, I'll never forget, we got called out of work early. And so I went home because it was the holidays, my kids had no school that day. Normally, I'm at work. I'm working 12-hour shifts 6 days a week. And this particular day, I'm at home. I'm in the bathroom. My kids are out from school. And my apartment catches fire. I had been talking to this landlord for months since I moved in about fixing the electrical system. And he looks me in my face and he says, if you didn't have felonies, you could go somewhere else. I said, okay. So I dealt with it. I swallowed it, and every day I got up, I went to work, I did the best I could as a mom. Well, this particular day, my house went up in flames quickly. And I remember running down the stairs with my 2 boys at the time, thanking God that I was at home and not at work. And I called my boss because we worked on a point system. I called my boss and I said, hey, I cannot come to work today. I have no one to watch my kids. I don't know what to do. And I need to figure some stuff out. She said, take all the time you need. And I said, okay. She called me back an hour later, and she said, I can't believe you didn't call and quit. She said, I have a lady that I want to introduce you to. I need you to call her, and maybe she'll have some resources for you. And it was Misty. And I remember beforehand, I was like, oh, I'm not going to be a product of government assistance. I don't want Section 8. I'm not going to get food stamps. I'm going to get it how I live because that's what they expect me to do. And I am determined to not be a product of my environment. And I remember Misty, I don't even know how you did it, honestly. She took a little information, and they gave me a phone call, and I got approved for Section 8. And I wasn't on a waiting list. I didn't have to jump through hoops. I was in a shelter at the time, but I was still going to work, doing what I needed to do. And I remember going in, and I got approved for an apartment, and they didn't, it was a glitch in the system, won't he do it? They did not see my background. And so I was able to rent this apartment. I've been there ever since. But during the time of being homeless, I remember not having the resources or not having the people that I thought should have advocated for me, or not having the adequate amount of knowledge that I needed or acknowledge that I needed. And I remember people saying, well, you could just do this or you could do that, but how can you do something if you don't know that those resources are out there? And so for me, I'm not one that's keen on social media and all that jazz. So I didn't know that there were resources that could help me with my children secure adequate amount of housing. And then when I got it, because I was a convicted felon, they said, hey, you have these, but you still need to break down these barriers. So now here I am with an income, a very good income. I have amazing credit, not anymore, y'all, but I had amazing credit, right? I had all the resources that typically looks normal on paper. I had the services that I needed. And every single place that I tried to apply for a house on, I now have a 1-year-old daughter, so my home is now too small. I have gotten denied, not because I'm a horrible person, not because I'm a product of who I thought I should have been, but because of what was on paper behind me, because of the label that I had behind me. And so for the longest time, I would go in and I say, hey, I'm a convicted felon, but I can pay my rent. And instead, I started going in and saying, hi, my name is Azari Spearman. I have 3 children, and I have the income I need to pay my bills. Because I decided to change the label. I decided to change what people perceived me as, and I decided to become someone different. So I'm no longer a convicted felon. I'm Azari. And so when we think about housing crisis and we think about the shortage of housing, it's not the shortage of housing because there's tons of houses out here. As you all know, there's tons of resources. There's tons of people that can help. There's tons of funding. But people mentalities have to change. And it's not just on our ends from having mental health issues or having mental issues in general that stunts what we feel or what we think or who we perceive ourselves to be, but it's a mentality of the people that's on the other side too, that has the authority to say, okay, I'm going to give you a second chance. It's up to the people that is on the other side that says, listen, I understand that you're an addict. I understand that you're in recovery. I understand that you may fall short again, but because you chose to step up this time, I'm willing to help. It's those resources that we need. It's not the funding because money's there. It's the mentality, not just for us, because for me, for a long time, I thought to myself, well, why don't I go back to the survival? Why don't I go back to figuring it out how I got it? Because this is what my mentality was. If you don't want me when I'm doing the right thing or when I try to do the right thing, then why do the right thing? If you don't want me, if I'm in recovery, then why recover? And so you have to change the mentality of the system behind it. We have to break down the system and rebuild it in order to get what we need adequately done in the city of Flint. Because Flint is a great city. It is amazing. I was born here. And I loved coming home seeing all the things that was done and needs to be done, all the changes that's progressing. But you don't have those changes if we don't all collectively change our mindsets on both ends. That's it.
Thank you, Azari. I don't even know where to go from there. I mean, that was amazing. Technically, this panel ends right now, and that was an amazing end, but I also, if there was any final questions in the audience, let's do that. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. You were amazing. Thank you.
You did the work. You changed your label, so you're the one who got yourself there. We just provide resources, and you guys have to do the work. And again, speaking to what both you and Lance said, it's the mental health issues can cause a lot of issues, but also that cognitive and understanding the resources and the things available and how to navigate that system. It's not always the best. We do try to provide it to be at a level that people can comprehend it and access services. But again, the client has to do the work. I'm not doing more work than what they can because our caseloads are high. We don't have enough dedicated people or qualified people in the community. And that's just across the country, not just Genesee County. But you did the work, so you should be very proud of yourself, and you changed your label. And that's what I tell people all the time.
And I think you're a prime example, coming from what you said. You're a prime example of the old adage. It's not what you know, it's who you know. That's right. You know, and if you know somebody that can't do anything for you, then you go back to what you know. You know, but I would put your story in a bottle and sell it. I'd put a seal on it, but because it's great. It's great. And you didn't stop. Look at you now. Hey.
I love it. Any other questions? Yes, absolutely. We've got a question in the back.
My question is for Stevie Atkins. Stevie, what suggestions do you have for agencies that really don't know how to deal with the LGBT community or people living with AIDS? What suggestions do you have for them?
Of course, Mo asked that question. Mo's one of my employees. So that's a really broad topic, right? Because when we look at the LGBTQ plus community, especially trans folks and non-binary folks, they're disproportionately affected by homelessness. It's estimated that 40% of youth, LGBTQ plus youth, are unhoused. So when we look at that in terms of the totality of the population, this is who should be accessing housing services, right? But they're typically disenfranchised. They're pushed out of systems. They're not necessarily safe in shelters. And that isn't just the responsibility of the shelter, while it is heavily the responsibility of the shelter. Let me just be clear about that. But we also can't control other constituents and other people within the shelter, other residents in the shelter, about how they treat the LGBTQ plus community. So I think the bare minimum that we can be doing as organizations is to be training, constantly training, have a zero tolerance for discrimination. Radical. You catch one of your staff doing something that is discriminatory, you terminate. There aren't second chances for that. Because if you've had all this training, and you're still doing this, you will do it again. And so this is what creates really unsafe spaces for our LGBTQ plus community. And so if they're at a really high rate and they're not accessing shelter services, and they're not able to have steady employment because of discrimination within the workplace, we need more anti-discrimination policies, more regular training. Let me just keep re-emphasizing the training. And to really create safe spaces. And when we say that, we can't just wave a magic wand and say it's safe. We have to constantly be receiving feedback from the community about how they perceive our services, what kinds of things that they would like to see, what would make them feel safer, and just continue to have that ongoing conversation. But when we act like it's not existing and that our organizations are perfect, we're missing a lot of folks and we're hurting a lot of folks in the process. And so I do just want to be really clear that I think it's so important to take a radical stance on inclusion within your organizations.
Thanks, Stevie. Are there any other questions before we wrap this up? Okay. Well, thank you to our panelists, and thank you again for sharing your stories. And I appreciate everybody. Dale, did you have any housekeeping you want to do before we are wrapping up?
Thank you, Emily. We appreciate you. I'll give a plug. Emily just opened up a lovely business called Queen's Provisions, which is on the first floor of the Barrage. And it is lovely, so you should check it out. You're welcome. Let's give them a round of applause real quick again. So I jumped around to all the breakouts this morning, and one of the topics that was mentioned, or the agencies that was mentioned a fair amount, was the land bank. And we actually have the executive director of the land bank here, Michael Freeman. I wanted him to come up and maybe just give a couple minutes about the Land Bank 101 for folks that could not go to your session, who may have been talking about the land bank and the other breakouts. So would you come on up? Michael's also one of our board members at the college, Board of Trustees.
Hi, thank you for having me up. At the Land Bank, we've been working diligently to get information out to the community about our programs, what we do, how we work. I don't know how effective previously we were in kind of demystifying the land bank. That has a lot of moving parts, a lot of people who do different things. But I think that even the session that we just did, I think it would be a really good idea to find more ways to get that presentation out, because in roughly 1 hour we were able to share, I think, a lot of really valuable information about the land bank. We've tried to do YouTube. I don't know if anyone wants to sit around for an hour on YouTube and see all of the information that we're providing, so we have to find different ways to do that. But I understand that in the various sessions that there were a lot of comments about the land bank or questions or assumptions, and I think that there's some really basic information I think I should provide you with right now. When we go and we say we have 13,000 properties, everybody here, do you assume that these are all properties with houses on them? Like, give me an idea. Anyone think that, like, our inventory actually, of the 13,000, almost 10,000 of those properties are vacant. That's just vacant land. So that gets us down to about 3,700 properties that we have that have structures on them. Of the 3,700 properties, I'm sorry? Yes, yeah. In various states. I mean, it could be even like a half burned down house. We have a lot of burnouts in the city, of course. So of the 3,700 properties, about 2,900 properties came to the land bank as demolitions, right? Properties that just need to be torn down. So then doing that math, we have roughly then 800 properties with structures on them that have potential. Now, So of those 800 properties that are left, you know, roughly about half of those are still occupied properties that we're trying to find housing solutions for the individuals who are either foreclosed upon or they're living in the property legally. Maybe it was grandma's house, and then the taxes weren't paid, and then you know, we've got to figure that out. It could be a tenant whose landlord was foreclosed upon, and so you know, we try diligently to make that tenant into a homeowner if the house is habitable. But I think the biggest problem that we have right now is that the condition of properties that come to us, nothing is turnkey. Nothing is ready for immediate occupancy. They take work, it takes money, and we try and work with individuals. Like if it's our Ready for Rehab program, which we have a number of different sales programs, these are typically poor condition properties. We'll sell them for between $1,000 and $3,500 because I want people that to have money in their pocket to do the rehab. All right, so, but these houses are going to take a lot of work and a lot of money. And at the end of the day, we can't set people up for failure. If you do not have sufficient income or money available to you to renovate a house, we're setting people up for failure, right? These properties will just end up back into foreclosure because once they're out of our hands, we've got no control over the future of that property. So we try to make sure that the person has income, that they're able to support the house that they have. But we also do something unique too. We do land contracts as well because we also know that banks are not going to finance individuals into these houses. And so we will actually issue, you know, and we don't do credit checks, we don't look for bankruptcy. We just want to verify income. We want to make sure that what they're spending on their housing does not exceed 30% of their monthly income. And unfortunately, it doesn't always work, right? So there are individuals who just, it's the wrong house for the wrong person, right? And so we have to figure that out. We do a lot of case management. We are designed for partnerships. So Catholic Charities, we've given them land. Habitat for Humanity, we have partnerships with them. We actively work on trying to position like these vacant properties. We're trying to get them back into productive use. But as you saw in the beginning session today, the cost of building new housing exceeds the value of the property. So we're kind of all in the same boat on this issue, is that how do we incentivize individuals to come into the city and to build on the land? We've got affordable land. You know, and like if a developer comes in and they can show us that they can make the numbers work, we will work with them. You know, we worked with the city of Flint with Choice. You know, we did all this, we held land under option for the developer as well. There's, of course, a lot of rental housing going on in the city. We'd love to, we will never be in the space of doing rental housing, but we will definitely support home ownership, because that is also our priority. Written into our policies and procedures is that we will always prioritize home ownership. So let's say if we had an investor come in and, you know, they make an offer of $12,000 on a property, all cash, and then we have a single mom who's trying to get her child into a school that they desperately need to be in, but she can only afford $10,000 on a land contract. You know who we go with? The mom, because we prioritize home ownership. And we will do, you know, the cash sale sounds like it would be more advantageous, but it's not to that household, and it's not what stabilizes our community. So all day long, you know, Alexandria, she's my director of sales and development. Definitely catch her and talk to her as well, because she can kind of demystify our process and what we do. We talk all the time, and we always make concessions, or we will drop price points down so that, you know, if the person is at 32%, we drop it down so the person can actually have that affordable payment. So we've been doing demographic tracking of who we're selling to, and the percentage of people, like Ann pointed out, 81% of the houses which we sell go for home ownership, right? So it's either people buying for themselves and their households, or it's people who are buying for a family member. So only 19% go to investors, and that 19% investors, we track them. So you buy a house from us, we want pictures of what you did. If you just slap paint on a house, you didn't make any investment, and we're not interested in dealing with investors who do that. If you do quality work, you provide affordable housing for people, you don't take advantage of people, we'll work with you, because there is a place for that, right? So, like especially with families that have more, 3 children or more, how many rental developments are sufficient or out there? We need houses. So having an investor, like your landlord that you had, that's not the person we work with. We're going to work with someone who ethically will provide housing for people who need it. When it comes to the diversity of who we sell to, we sell to like 62% of the housing that we sell go to Black and Latino households, right? 31% Caucasian. So we have diversity. I look at the land bank as being an opportunity for affordability and diversity, equity, and inclusion too. We are providing housing to those who typically are not given those opportunities. So I could take a lot more time. It would probably be an hour long, like we just covered in our session. But as you are the housing people or people who are passionate about this issue in the community, reach out. We put stuff on our Facebook page all the time. We're talking about our successes and how we partner. And I promise you, we are here to partner with everybody. We're going to work with Mott College. We're going to work with our nonprofit developers. We're going to work with those people who believe that quality housing is needed, necessary, and required. So I won't take up any more time, but I just want you to know that the Land Bank is a partner. We've got a very difficult task. We're dealing with the legacy of abandonment and foreclosure every day, but I've got the most passionate people in the world working at the Land Bank who want to make a difference. The majority of us, we live in Flint, and it's not, we're not county employees either, and that's what everybody thinks. But we are passionate about our city, our community, and we want the best for everybody, so we will be here. So thank you.
Thank you for the bonus breakout session. It was good. So the last hour of our summit is going to be around the topic of action. And so we're going to have everyone convene at their tables. Those of you that are just maybe a couple people at a table, 2 or 3, consider moving to a table where you can have a larger group. We've got some prompts that I think are going to come up on the next slide. And so one of the ground rule, the single ground rule, well, it's not a ground rule, but choose a note taker if you would. We don't have big sheets of paper, but if you can get a pen and some blank paper, use that. And then respond to the following prompts. And the only ground rule is make sure everyone gets a voice at your table. We don't want just 1 or 2 people dominating the entire action hour. We want people talking together and conversing. So there's your charge. Please gather together. And then in about maybe 30 minutes or so, 25, 30 minutes, we'll come back and we'll do a report out from each table.
Test.
One minute warning, 1 minute. Check. To wrap up, so we report out. No, you don't have to rush out of the building. Jump through that window right there. Mott's charging us an arm and a leg for this. All right, everybody, let's hear from the tables what you've been discussing. You had these prompts. My intention is not to go through these in any sort of order, but allow you, your recorder, or anyone at the table to report out on what the major items of discussion were. So I'm going to position myself. Are you doing this side?
Yes.
Okay. So who would like to go first? You can talk about any of the prompts, what occurred at your table. Who wants to start on this side? And then we'll flip over there. Commissioner Beverly Brown from the 4th District of Genesee County.
Thank you. The first question was, what is the most significant thing we learned today? And there were a lot of things. Well, significant. Renters are paying more than 30% of their income for housing. That was a bit shocking. And then we rank 82nd out of 83 counties for health. That was shocking as well. And the other thing that stood out as significant is that it's not just one thing to solve this problem. It's a layered problem. It has many, many layers that we need to address. And so, yeah.
So a table over there with Stephen. So we're bouncing back and forth, and you can start with A if you wish, or you can bounce around the prompts.
Okay. Well, the running theme at our table was that people in Flint do care. That this is a community that does come together and helps each other out. That is unlike in other communities. Some of the other things that we discussed, this was bringing us back to the morning session, was that it's going to take 35 years for the county to catch up and to help this, or to, I guess, put an end to this homeless crisis. Another thing that we talked about was the affordability for safe housing, not only for the lower and the lower class, but also the middle class as well. We, as far as action steps, Tracy, I'm gonna call you out. Has already started networking with some people today to do a lived experience task force. So working with people that do have the homelessness lived experience, and working with them to just to have better policies in place and how to help more effectively.
Thank you.
I think that's about it.
Rebecca, on this side now. Anyone want to offer? Rebecca? Dr. Myzinski.
I laugh. Rebecca, everybody knows me. It's Rebecca. I just want to shout out and thank you those that went to my sessions today. I appreciate that and the passion that we shared. Some of the great conversations that are coming out of our small group is, hey, at Mott, we need to have a resource fair, a housing resource fair for our students, for our community. And yes, I think so. And then, you know, and I've been in a lot of work with Achieve the Dream where we get into cradle to grave concepts, right? And if you were at my session, I started talking about the educational journey from a homeless kindergartner. and all of those issues and barriers that along the way of what do we do, what we can do better. Well, I didn't get much past college graduation, and then Jason Wilson said, let's take it a step further on what we're doing with some of our students. We have right now for the group, so you know, McLaren's sponsoring some of our students. You come work for us, we're going to pay your tuition, we're going to give you a stipend. Even a year, you have to work for us for a year. And he's like, let's take it a step further. Let's give them incentives to stay in Flint, work in Flint, and buy houses in Flint and identify what those are. So taking it even one step further than once a student graduates, what that means to meet, you know, the vitality of the regrowth of Flint. So those are some of the strategies and things, exciting work that came from the conversation at our table.
Thanks, Rebecca. That side. We were bouncing back and forth, but I'll let Ann wants the microphone, so hold on just a second.
One of the questions, what action will you take as an individual after today? We are looking for board members to participate in Family Promise, a nonprofit organization assisting in the homeless. So what you can do as an individual is volunteer. Volunteer in your church. Many of the churches have programs. Family Promise, a lot of the organizations here today need board members to assist to be able to get the work done. So just put a pitch in there.
Thank you, Ann. Sherry?
As others have mentioned, the single most significant thing learned today, the sobering statistics. 35 years to get 7,000 homes needed. At our table, we were talking about 40% of LGBTQ youth are unhoused, and 198 students in Flint as homeless. Just staggering. Our table also talked about one of the greatest challenges in terms of housing in the HIV LGBTQ community is the need to be in a shelter in order to get homeless benefits, but the barriers facing that community, they don't feel safe going into shelters, and so what is there for them? But on a good note, we did leave where today, how are you feeling? And our table is feeling better, so we're very grateful.
Thank you. What do we got over here, gang? Okay, Dean Gilly.
Just call me Amy. It's like Rebecca. So the reason we all said yay is that we kind of leapt forward in our conversations, and we thought the thing that we really all need to do and want to do is share all this information with people, either our neighbors, our students, right, and other resources. For me, it's also my faculty to remind them of all of our resources, right? So that's why we all went, yay, right? So, but we did start out by saying first that one thing that really took us, that we learned today, was that Flint is doing away with all of these housing projects which have such stigma attached to them, right? And going toward a more affordable housing, mixed income model. So that was a positive that we learned. And that there's such a strong community partnerships here in Flint that people may not be aware of. So again, that kind of communication outward we thought was really a positive thing. And some things that we thought were a real challenge around this were government kind of getting in our way with like zoning issues and strict rules about how to spend your money and things like that, right? And as everyone has talked about it, the extremely high cost of building a house or rehabbing a house, that sort of thing. So that's sort of what we came away with, but we're all feeling a little overwhelmed, and with all this information, we need a way to digest it all and figure out really how we want to move forward.
Okay, at this table, we went through the action items, and we had a discussion about social working activities in the community, and with things that are happening at the county and at the city of Flint. And I became the note taker because I had a piece of paper in front of me or whatever. But my name is Michelle Merritt. I retired from the military. I did 28 years as an engineering officer. Your government sent me to school to learn how to build things and blow things up. But also, I was the manager of a military installation. This is about the size of Flint, Michigan. So, like these issues that we're talking about or have been talking about are things that, like I feel disheartened that they haven't been solved. But if I was still in uniform and the general came walking around, the general would expect whatever the problem to be solved within 6 months. If it's more complex, 18 months tops, but for the problem to be solved. And so with that urgency, we talked about some things. So first of all, there's from the discussion through all the things, there's like a disconnect, or has been a disconnect from what's causing the problem of homelessness. But once the person is experiencing the homelessness, we listen to, the impacts of that, and there are people who are studying the impacts. But is the problem being solved? Because we got to do that, and then that'll make that makes the community better. But it's also a leadership effort that we all have to undertake because we can look at slides and we can look at numbers, but at the end of the day, there's somebody's life that's being impacted by it. So, being homeless can happen to any one of us. If there's a weather event, if there's a fire, if there's flooding, it doesn't just have to be somebody with a life-defining problem or whatever that ends up in homelessness. So we really need to take care that this is taken care of. So in one of the planning meetings from the Genesee County, we found out that the Genesee County published a plan. It's called Our County, Our Future in May 2020. So I wasn't aware of that. But I think since there's been a lack of planning or a lack of keeping the master plan, was it Imagine Flint, or keeping the master plan updated, that could also be something that we could look into to solving some of these problems. But also Joel Arnold talked about the zoning. So a lot of people don't really pay a lot of attention to the planning and the zoning at the city level or at the county level, not unless it's impacting their business. But maybe we should also look into that. So there's federal programs and federal funding over the last 2 years. There's all the money available for veterans programs, for the homelessness, the infrastructure problems, the Build Back Better. All these monies have been opened up at the federal level, so the resources are there. And I think there's some other people who probably should have been invited to this conference. And those people would be the Genesee Landlords Association, the Home Builders Association, the Flint Area Association of Realtors, the Genesee Realists. I don't know if anybody knows anybody from the Construction Association of Michigan. And there's also the Minority Contractors Association. So these people have the means to build and move and get things to solve these problems, to get the homelessness, to get homes to end the homelessness. And like I said, the urgency is there just because of, like I spoke earlier about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We know that people can't move forward unless these basic issues are solved. And so the last two things are just understanding what the housing resources are and being able to make the phone call. If whether you're in a formal or informal situation, keep information like the 211 at hand, or if you know somebody who's able to solve a problem, to help the people who are around you, that's important. And just keep an eye out. One of the things we spoke about, in the room spoke about it too, is it's not just solving housing for low income, but for middle income too, for people who are in the the working poor situation. So that's it. Nothing else.
Thank you, Michelle. And I'll mention that the president of the Genesee County Landlord Association did RSVP for this, but I'm not sure if that individual attended. But we did at least have that person on the guest list. But you're right, those are great groups to reach out to for sure. We have one table left. I don't know who the recorder was or if there was a recorder. This is the power table. So do you want the mic? All right.
So yeah, I didn't follow directions, so I get a D on this assignment. But we did talk about housing, and specifically Mott Community College and the housing needs, where people traditionally think, oh, just build dorms. Well, our students are different than traditional, what is considered traditional students, and there are families, and apartment complexes even don't have the size of units which are needed and necessary for families that are living in our accommodations. But we kind of brainstormed a little bit about what the barriers are locally, having something that's in close proximity to the campus, but it fits well, how we'd have to overcome some local issues related to ownership with the city of Flint, because there is property which would be ideal for it, but it's currently considered a park, even though it doesn't look like a park at all. So we just kind of brainstormed ways that even like the land bank in the future could move forward with Mott College. And so we have the Youth Build program now, and ways that we could have students actually getting their academics as well as experience in the construction trades, and using land bank houses, even ones that are in rougher shape, and then what would be the subsidy which the college could use as well, which, like maybe we have the construction, the work side of it done, but it's the material costs which are exorbitant. And if there are ways that, like let's say through CDBG or other financing sources, that they could procure all the supplies and to go into these houses. So we just had a very kind of loosely structured brainstorming session, but I think it was also very beneficial because it's a way that we can actually continue the conversation moving forward into the future. So, and we're feeling really good.
Thank you, Michael. So we've gone through, Rebecca.
Okay, here's our plug for Mott Community College again. So my boss nudged me and like, hey, what do we got going on in the area of building and trades? So building and construction will be coming back to Mott. It's in the approval processes right now. So it is a different model, and it is really building on industry credential. Lots of collaboration with workforce development, and high school actually CTE programs as well. So we are listening. We have your data. This will help with what we continue to move forward as we will meet the needs of the industry and design things of what our students can do to help rebuild and stay here in Flint. So thank you.
So we've covered all the tables. Is there anyone that wants to say something that you're burning, yearning, churning to offer before we wrap up? Anything that we didn't mention that you would like to? Dr. Brown.
One of the ideas that we had at our table is based on something that I think Darcy said. We're kind of working in an echo chamber. And so we all are like-minded in this room, but our biggest challenge is to get this information out to the people that really need it. Part of the most valuable piece of this conference today for me was listening to these two homeless people. And we need to listen to more of those kinds of folks rather than feeling good about ourselves and having these like-minded folks in the room doing conferences, offering resources. We've done that, been there. So
I thank Mott Community College for doing this and bringing us all together. We learned a lot about the baseline data, about what the challenges are. But one thing we also acknowledged is that, and I had this conversation with a few people in the room, is that we continue to work in silos a lot in our community. And in order to break down those silos, one of the things we talked about at our table in terms of a short-term, maybe long-term solution is sort of flipping the script. Instead of giving out awards for agencies that do phenomenal things and, you know, people that are great heroes of doing this and XYZ, what if we flipped it and instead gave out an anonymous award awarded by peers, people who are like-minded? But it's for an unsung hero, because Henry Ford is the one who said great things can happen when you don't care who gets the credit. And if we live by that mindset and all work together and really offered up some anonymous awards, maybe there's a collaboration award for 3 or more organizations that come together and make a significant impact in the community. Maybe there's an award for someone who has, you know, extraordinary humility, but they've made a tremendous impact in the community. And that vote would come from a collective body of people in the community that would nominate that person. That's flipping the script to change the mindset that, okay, I'm an individual, I'm working in my silo, I'm working in this municipality, I'm working in this township, I'm doing this and that. That's the burning thing I had to say.
So we're going to close out with the leader of the college, Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia, CEO, Community College CEO of the Year. Take it away.
Well, this has been really an awesome, awesome experience. If you've enjoyed yourself today, if you've learned something, would you please say, hey? I want to thank those that put this together. So Dale Wayhill, let's thank him. And I believe Penny was at the table as well. And who else is here? Kristen Stevenson. So we could not have had this without those people really coming to this and taking my vision and saying, you know, this is something that we have to do. When I heard the very first presentation that you all heard this morning, I heard it a few weeks ago, and I said, oh my gosh, this is something we have to bring everybody together to talk about. I am not sure that when you start talking about the numbers that people understand what is happening. This really is a critical housing shortage that we are facing, but we are not the only ones. This is nationwide. So when you look and you start reading about what's happening in communities across this nation, the same types of things are happening. You see the significance of it if you're downtown and you see the numbers of homeless that have risen just in the downtown area. And so if you come to downtown Flint, you will see more homeless than ever before. When we're working with our students on the college campus, you start hearing those stories. And I just think it's time that we do something about it. We have to, for our community. We can't say, as you've just heard, that this is Flint's problem. It's not. And I think that's what's so surprising to everybody when they start listening to the numbers, because this is countywide. These issues are happening countywide, and we have to come together to ensure that we are helping our community succeed. If not, then we'll fail, and it's as simple as that. all through today, I've been having this question that I wanted to raise my hand several times, and then I just said, Beverly, keep your hand down. But this is the question I think we have to answer for ourselves. At the end of the day, who's leading this? In many different communities, you can recognize who's leading, who's trying to lead the efforts that everybody falls under to try to get things done. Here in this county, it's very murky. And without having leadership, a known, leader, it gets very difficult, which has the silos that I think Commissioner Beverly talked about. This is not the last one. It can't be. This is just the beginning. And I'm hoping the next one, which I hope will be next semester, we'll have more people to come together so we can figure out who's the leader, who do we need to follow. Following is good, so that we can make a difference in this community and get these 7,000 housed and sheltered. 100 over here, 50 over there, 10 over here. That's still 6,500 to go. So this was wonderful, and I don't want to end on a downbeat, and everybody's like, ah. But I want to end in a space that we're all thinking about, what do we need to do next? And whoever should be leading, we need to have them here so that they can help take the reins and we can follow. Somebody just quoted Henry Ford. Was that you, Beverly? Say that again, what you said. There you go. And in this community, we tend to care. I think for this, we have to stop caring about who's, and we need to allow that person, and we need to supplement and take the service role that we want to have for this community to help people get the housing that they need. Because when they get those basic skills, and I heard someone talk about this, I think it was you, I'm talking about Maslow's hierarchy. And when you get that, then you can start talking about all the other things that brings us to where we want this community to be. But this is a basic, and we've got to figure it out. So thank you so much for hanging in here all day. I so appreciate it. And we are going to have another. We want you to come back, but we want you to bring other people with you. Can you promise me that? Oh, that was really low. Thank you very much. Please have a safe weekend.